Welcome to Haunting Whispers, where the eerie and unknown come to life through spine-chilling stories. Our channel dives into the depths of horror, blending suspenseful narratives with vivid storytelling that will keep you on edge. From ghostly apparitions to haunted roads, each tale is crafted to stir your imagination and send shivers down your spine. Whether you're a fan of the supernatural, urban legends, or psychological thrillers, there's something here to captivate every horror enthusiast. Subscribe now and join us in exploring the shadows where fear meets fiction. Let us start the story of The Whispering Woods, a ghostly figure in a foggy forest. Deep within the heart of Whispering Woods, where the fog never lifts and the air carries eerie murmurs, lurks a ghostly figure waiting to be seen. The trees stand like ancient sentinels, their bark twisted and gnarled by time, and the ground is damp with the weight of 1,000 untold stories. The mist that clings to the forest floor seems alive, swirling around the roots of trees and creeping between the otherworldly veil. It is a place where light never seems to break through, where even the moon appears to lose its shine, hidden behind a blanket of thick fog. Those who venture into the Whispering Woods speak of a feeling, a sense that the woods themselves are watching, waiting, and whispering. The legend of Whispering Woods has haunted the nearby towns for generations. Stories have been passed down from parent to child, tales of strange happenings, eerie sounds, and inexplicable disappearances. People who have entered the woods never return, their names fading into the past like the faint echoes of their last cries. But the most chilling part of the legend is the figure that is said to haunt the woods. A ghostly presence that drifts among the trees, its form barely distinguishable from the fog itself. Some say it is the spirit of a lost soul, condemned to wander the woods for eternity. Others believe it is a darker force, a vengeful entity that preys upon the living, feeding off their fear. The stories are all strangely similar. There is always mention of the whispers, soft at first, like the wind passing through the leaves, but gradually becoming clearer, more distinct. Some claim they are voices speaking in tongues, while others hear their names called from the depths of the mist. Mm. The whispers seem to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, a constant presence that fills the air, urging those who hear them deeper into the forest. Those who listen too closely speak of feeling as though the trees themselves are moving, bending and shifting in unnatural ways, guiding them down paths they never intended to follow. The most terrifying stories are those of people who have vanished without a trace, leaving only their abandoned possessions behind. It is said that these lost souls become part of the woods, their spirits trapped by the mysterious forces that linger there. In some versions of the legend, the ghostly figure is said to be a woman, her face veiled in shadow, her eyes dark pits in trouble yet. Others describe it as a figure cloaked in a cloak of mist, its outline barely perceptible, but its presence undeniable. Whatever form it takes, the specter is said to move silently through the fog, observing those who wander too close and waiting for the right moment to strike. One of the most chilling aspects of the Whispering Woods is the strange allure it has on those who hear its legend. Despite the warnings, despite the tales of death and madness, the forest continues to call to the curious, the brave, and the foolish. Some come seeking adventure, driven by the thrill of exploring the unknown. Others enter the woods with the hope of proving the stories wrong, determined to unravel the mystery of the ghostly figure for themselves. But for every soul that enters the forest, there are always more who do not return. Over the years, local authorities have tried to warn people to stay away from the forest, but their efforts have been in vain. The legend is too powerful, the pull of the Whispering Woods too strong. Visitors continue to arrive, drawn by the stories, eager to prove their bravery or perhaps to discover the truth behind the whispers that have haunted the town for so long. Yet each one who enters seems to fade from memory, their disappearance just another page in the long and tragic history of the woods. Some say the woods are cursed, that something dark and ancient lies buried beneath the trees, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Others believe the ghostly figure is simply a manifestation of the forest itself, a physical representation of the anger and grief that has accumulated over centuries. Whatever the truth may be, the legend of Whispering Woods lives on, an ever-present reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved. And on the coldest nights, when the fog rolls in thick and heavy, the town around Whispering Woods grows silent. The people who live nearby keep their windows shut and their doors locked, afraid to even glance toward the forest. The whispers that fill the air grow louder as night falls, and those who listen too long speak of a sense of unease, of being watched by eyes that never blink. And though the woods may seem empty from a distance, there are those who believe that, deep within, the ghostly figure waits for the next wanderer to cross its path, waiting to add their voice to the growing chorus of whispers. The Whispering Woods is not just a place, it is a legend, a warning, a curse. And for as long as the fog clings to the trees, the stories will continue to haunt the town, calling out to those brave or foolish enough to seek the truth. At the very edge of Whispering Woods, the air was thick with an unnatural dampness. The ground beneath their boots was soft, squelching slightly with each step, as if the earth itself was reluctant to let them pass. The mist hung heavily in the air, swirling around them like a veil, obscuring their vision beyond a few feet. The forest seemed alive, but not in the way one would hope. It was as if the trees themselves were watching, waiting for the group to step deeper into their domain. The trees here were ancient, their bark dark and cracked, twisted into shapes that seemed more grotesque than natural. Their limbs reached toward the sky in contorted forms, their gnarled fingers weaving together to form a canopy so thick it swallowed up the pale glow of the moon. The moonlight that did manage to break through the twisted branches created eerie, shifting shadows that danced across the ground like specters, adding to the treetops that danced across the ground like specters, adding to the forest's oppressive atmosphere. The air was cool, but it carried a chill that seemed to seep into the bones of anyone who dared to enter. The silence was unsettling, broken only by the occasional rustling of unseen creatures moving through the underbrush, the sharp crack of a branch snapping somewhere in the distance, and the faintest of whispers that seemed to come from every direction. It was as if the woods themselves were alive with secrets they had kept for centuries, waiting for someone foolish enough to uncover them. They and their friends, drawn to the mystery of the forest, stood at its edge, their breath visible in the cool air, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of a distant lantern, were a mix of excitement, skepticism, and trepidation. They had heard the stories, rumors of a ghostly figure that haunted the woods, of people who had ventured in only to disappear without a trace. But they were determined to prove it was all just a story, a legend, no more real than the shadows creeping across the forest floor. Mia, the first to step forward, was the brave one. She had always been the leader of their little group, the one who would take on any dare without hesitation. She was the first to call out, "Come on, guys. Let's see what all the fuss is about." Her voice was confident, but there was a nervousness in her eyes that she quickly masked with a noticeable bit of backward pacing. Ben, ever the skeptic, was right behind her, shaking his head but with a smirk on his face. He had always dismissed the ghost stories of Whispering Woods as nothing more than local superstition. He wasn't afraid of some silly ghost. It was just a forest, after all. "It's all just some weird rumors," he muttered to the others, though his voice lacked the weird rumors factor. And then he went into the key. Lily, quiet and cautious, hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Her instincts told her to turn back, but something about the woods didn't feel right. But Mia had insisted they come, and Lily couldn't back out now. She wasn't sure what to make of the stories. Part of her wanted to believe they were true, that there was something supernatural here, wanted to dismiss it all as nonsense. But the cold air and thick fog made her heart race in a way she couldn't explain. He was not about to let himself look weak in front of the others. With each step into the woods, the forest seemed to close in around them, the trees becoming more twisted, their branches reaching down like skeletal fingers. The fog grew thicker, wrapping itself around their bodies, reducing their visibility to only a few feet ahead. The sound of their footsteps was muffled by the earth, but the eerie silence that followed was far more unnerving. Every now and then, the rustle of leaves would echo in the stillness, but it never seemed to come from one direction. The sound was always shifting, as though something or someone was moving just out of their sight. Lily's breath caught as she glanced over her shoulder, feeling the distinct sensation of being watched. There was nothing behind them but fog and the shadowed outline of the trees, but the feeling was undeniable. The woods were alive, but not with life as they knew it. There was something ancient here, something that didn't want them to explore further. Still, they pressed on, determined to uncover the mystery that lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods. But with each step, the air grew colder, the fog thicker, and the whispers, faint at first, began to grow louder, filling their minds with a growing sense of dread. "I swear I heard something," Mark muttered, his voice barely audible above the mist. He stopped walking, squinting into the fog as if expecting to see something emerge from the darkness. But all that greeted him was the never-ending wall of mist and the eerie sounds of the forest. "Probably just the wind," Ben said, though his voice lacked the usual bravado. The whispers had begun to unsettle him, too. The forest had them now. And it was only a matter of time before they discovered just how deep the secrets of Whispering Woods went. Let us see. The first encounter with whispers in the fog. The deeper they ventured into the heart of Whispering Woods, the more unnerving the forest became. At first, the changes were subtle, easy to dismiss. A rustling of leaves that shouldn't have been there. The eerie creak of a distant branch snapping under some unseen weight. But as they continued, the very air seemed to shift, becoming denser, colder. The mist thickened around them, wrapping the group in a claustrophobic embrace. Their footsteps, once sharp and clear, now seemed muffled, absorbed by the soft earth beneath them. The path, if there ever was one, became harder to discern, swallowed by the fog that seemed endless. Mia, leading the group, paused, her head turning slightly as if she had heard something. She strained her ears, holding her breath. A distant murmur echoed faintly, but there was no clear source. The air around them felt heavier now, colder. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting. "Did you hear that?" Mia whispered, her voice breaking the stillness. The others froze in place, their senses alert, but all they could hear was the wind, and even that seemed somehow strange, like it was whispering something they couldn't quite understand. Ben squinted into the fog, his brow furrowing in concentration, but he could see nothing beyond the shadows. Let's try. "I didn't hear anything," Mark said, shaking his head. "Probably just the wind." But there was a noticeable tremor in his voice. He was trying to be brave, trying to convince himself that there was no reason to be afraid. But something about this place made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. As they continued to walk, the whispers grew louder. At first, they were soft, almost imperceptible, like voices carried on the wind. But soon they became clearer. They weren't one voice, but a chorus. 1,000 voices speaking in unison, murmuring things they couldn't quite make out. The air vibrated with the sound, and with it, the sense of something watching them. Something waiting. The group exchanged uneasy glances, each of them trying to mask the fear creeping into their hearts. The fog had thickened to the point where they could barely see the person standing right next to them, and yet, the whispers echoed all around them, as if the forest itself was speaking. Ben quickened his pace, eager to leave the unsettling sounds behind. But the whispers seemed to follow them, weaving through the mist. They came from every direction now, too close to be ignored. At times they seemed like a soft hum, just beneath the threshold of hearing, while other times they felt like real words. Words that flickered at the edge of comprehension. It was as though the forest itself had a mind, and it was trying to communicate with them. "I saw it! We saw it!" A shadow darted past them in the fog, too quick to be caught in their gaze. Lily gasped, her voice barely a squeak. "Oh, what was that?" Before anyone could respond, a low, almost mournful moan echoed through the trees, causing a chill to run down their spines. The sound seemed to vibrate in their bones, setting their hearts pounding in their chests. It was a cry, but it was impossible to tell from where it came. It had no direction, no source, like it was the forest itself crying out. Mia felt the blood drain from her face. "We need to go back." But before she could say more, Lily let out a sharp gasp and pointed ahead. Her finger trembled, her voice barely more than a breathless whisper. "What is that?" "Oh." The others turned to look, following Lily's gaze, and for a moment, they saw nothing but the swirling fog. Then, as if the mist itself parted to reveal the truth, they saw it. A figure standing motionless in the clearing ahead, barely visible in the fog, like an apparition brought to life. It was a woman, or at least it appeared to be. The figure's outline was blurred, but they could make out the long flowing hair, tangled and wild, as though caught in a breeze that didn't exist. Her clothing, if it could be called that, seemed to flutter around her, but no wind stirred the air. Her form was ethereal, faint, as though she was made of smoke and mist. But there was something unnerving about her. She was too still, too perfect in the way she blended into the fog, and yet she was undeniably real. Her face was the most terrifying part. It was pale, almost ghostly, with hollow eyes that bore into them with an intensity that froze them in place. Her eyes were black, as dark as the depths of the forest itself, and there was no warmth in them, no recognition, no life. Just a hollow emptiness that seemed to stretch into infinity. The figure didn't move, but the weight of her presence filled the air around them, suffocating, heavy. The whispering grew louder now, frantic, as though the voices had been stirred by the apparition's presence. The fog seemed to thicken even more, the air growing colder, pressing in on them from every side. The group stood frozen, unsure of what to do. The figure's gaze was fixed upon them, her eyes never blinking, never wavering. She seemed to be waiting for something. Mia took a tentative step forward, her hand trembling at her side, but before she could speak, the woman's lips parted slightly. Her voice was soft, barely a whisper, but it carried an unmistakable weight. "Leave," she said. The word was like a warning, an order. It echoed in the air, reverberating through their bones. Lily took a step back, her face pale. "We need to go. Now." But the woman did not move. She remained in place, her figure fading and reappearing with each blink, as if the fog itself was swallowing her whole. Then, without warning, she vanished. One moment she was there, solid, real, staring into their very souls. The next, there was nothing but the fog. The group stood still for a long moment, the fog wrapping around them once again, the silence returning like a heavy blanket. The whispering, too, had faded, but they all knew they weren't alone anymore. Something in the forest had marked them, and they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. "I told you we shouldn't have come," Lily whispered, her voice shaky. But there was no reply. The forest had already consumed them, and the whispers would follow them for as long as they remained within its grasp. Now, let me describe appearance and interaction with the ghostly figure. The figure, standing in the fog before them, was unlike anything any of them had ever seen. She shimmered like a mirage, translucent and barely there, as if the very air around her bent and twisted, refusing to hold her in place. Her presence felt like a disturbance in the natural order, as if the world around her struggled to contain her. The woman was dressed in a long, tattered gown, the fabric tattered and frayed as though time itself had worn it down, leaving only the remnants of what once was. The dress, once probably beautiful, was now an ethereal relic of the past, clinging to her thin form, flowing as if caught in a breeze that wasn't there. Her hair, long and wild, swirled around her face, caught in the same invisible wind. Despite her ghostly appearance, there was a certain weight to her presence, a gravity that made it impossible to look away. Her face was the most unsettling part. Her skin was deathly pale, almost translucent, and her eyes, dark, empty voids, seemed to bore straight through them, searching for something, or perhaps seeking to reveal something. There was sorrow etched in every line of her face, a grief so deep that it was almost tangible. Yet, underneath that sorrow was a rage, an anger that simmered just below the surface, its intensity palpable even in the silence of the fog. It was as if the forest itself responded to her emotions, groaning under the weight of her torment. The ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble slightly, as if the very earth was being disturbed by her presence. Mark, the skeptic who had laughed off the stories, now felt the tightness in his chest, his heart racing. He couldn't understand it, but there was something undeniably powerful about the woman, something otherworldly that made every instinct scream to run. Who are you?" Mark's voice was barely above a whisper, shaking in the heavy air. His mind tried to rationalize what he was seeing, but no amount of logic could explain the fear that gripped him. The figure didn't respond. Her hollow eyes remained fixed on them, unblinking and unmoving. as if she were seeing straight through them. Then, in a slow, deliberate motion, she raised one slender, ghostly finger and pointed directly at Mia. Mia froze, her breath caught in her throat. A wave of cold dread washed over her, settling deep in her bones, and for the first time, she wasn't sure whether it was the mist or something far darker that made her shiver. The figure's gaze pierced into her, and for a moment it felt as though her very soul was being pulled out of her body, as if the woman's eyes were drawing her into an endless void. Excited? The whispers intensified then, growing louder and more frantic. "Run!" the figure whispered, her voice carrying an eerie, mournful wail that seemed to reverberate through the fog. The sound was soft, but it was unmistakable. It didn't come from her mouth alone. It came from everywhere, as if the very air was filled with her pain and warning. Run? Before Mia could react, the figure's form began to shimmer and blur. Her body seemed to ripple, as if she were being consumed by the fog. One moment, she was there, solid and terrifying, and the next, nothing. The space she occupied was empty, and the only trace of her presence was the lingering chill in the air, the oppressive silence that followed her sudden disappearance. And Mima's heart pounded in her chest, her legs frozen in place. For a moment, no one spoke. The only sound was the wind, faint whispers still echoing around them, but now they were distant, almost imperceptible. "Get out now," Lily said urgently, grabbing Mia's arm. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. She didn't need to say anything else. They all knew what had just happened. Something in the woods had marked them, something they couldn't ignore. The ghostly woman, her warning, the presence that had unsettled them all. It was all too real. The woods, it seemed, weren't just haunted by stories. They were haunted by something else entirely. The group moved quickly, the fear now driving them faster than they had ever walked. Each step felt heavier, as if the fog itself was trying to hold them back. The whispers still lingered, distant now, but ever present. They were free from the woman, but the forest wasn't done with them. It never would be. Now, let me describe the dark history or uncovering the mystery. When they finally reached the edge of the woods, the cool air of the town felt like a sharp contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the forest. The fog lifted, and with it, a sense of relief washed over them. But the encounter had left its mark. The whispers still seemed to follow them, echoing in their minds. There was a question they couldn't shake. Who was the woman, and what had happened to her? And back in town, after a restless night, Ben couldn't let it go. The mystery of the woman, of Eleanor, as they later came to learn, haunted him. He needed answers, needed to understand what had happened in that dark, fog-covered forest. He went to the town library, an old building filled with dusty books and forgotten tales. He sifted through old records, papers, and journals until, buried deep in the archives, he found it. The story of Eleanor. Eleanor had once been a beautiful woman, beloved by all in the village. She had been engaged to a man, a local hero, who promised her a future together. But, as often happens in stories of betrayal, her fiancé had been unfaithful. He had betrayed her in the worst way imaginable, casting her aside for another woman. The heartbreak was too much for Eleanor to bear, consumed by a beautiful romance, I believe. It was there that her life ended. Alone, lost, and forsaken. Her spirit, consumed by sorrow and anger, was trapped within the woods, unable to find peace. Her restless soul cried out, her whispers carried on the wind, seeking those who ventured too close to her haunting grounds. The woman they had seen was not merely a ghost, she was the embodiment of her pain, an ancient, vengeful force bound to the forest, and anyone who dared enter the woods would feel the wrath of her unrelenting grief. The truth of Eleanor's tragic end was known to few, but Ben had uncovered it, and now he understood. They had not just seen a ghost. They had encountered the remnants of a tortured soul, a spirit bound to the very woods, forever searching for revenge and forever whispering to those who would listen. Now let me reveal a terrifying encounter. As Ben and the others delved deeper into the tale of Eleanor, the pieces of their terrifying encounter began to fall into place. It wasn't just a random haunting, a lost soul roaming the woods. No, Eleanor was far more than that. She was the guardian of the forest, the keeper of its secrets, and the force that ensured no one ever uncovered the truth of her tragic end. The more they uncovered, the more agitated she seemed to become, as if their knowledge was the very thing that awakened her fury. Why? I don't get it. At first, it was just the whispers, soft and distant like a lingering memory. But as the night wore on, the whispers turned into anguished screams, filled with unearthly rage. The once silent trees now groaned, their trunks bending and twisting as if the very forest was alive, reacting to their presence. The mist, thick and suffocating, began to swirl around them in unnatural patterns, blinding them, making it impossible to see or find their way back. The ground beneath their feet felt unstable, shifting with each step. It was as if the earth itself was buckling under the weight of Eleanor's fury. Panic began to set in. They had no sense of direction, no path to follow. The woods had swallowed them whole, and there was no way out. The air was heavy with tension, thick with a palpable sense of dread that clung to their skin like a second layer. Suddenly, as if summoned by the chaos of the forest itself, Eleanor's ghost appeared before them once again. But this time, she was different. Her form was no longer a mere wisp of translucent mist. She was towering, her figure growing larger, more menacing with each passing second. Her eyes, once hollow, were now glowing with an otherworldly fire, filled with pain and rage. Her once tattered gown seemed to rip and tear further, as if she were being consumed by the very forest she protected. And her face was a twisted mask of sorrow and fury, her expression one of a woman who had suffered too long and now sought vengeance on anyone who dared to venture into her domain. Her mouth opened, and the scream that escaped from her lips was deafening, a sound that seemed to echo through every tree, every rock, every part of the woods. Oh, leave now, she hissed, her voice a blend of anguish and anger. You have uncovered too much. Her hand shot out, pointing at them, her fingers curling like claws ready to strike. The very air around them seemed to crackle with her power. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, as though the earth itself were about to split open. Mia, Lily, Mark, and Ben stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror. The forest had become their prison, the whispers now screaming in their ears, urging them to run, to escape. But there was no escape. The fog closed in tighter, the trees encroaching on all sides, blocking any chance of finding the way out. In that moment, they understood. Eleanor was not just a ghost. She was a force of nature, and they were her prey, trapped in the very woods she guarded. They had ventured too far into her domain, and now they would pay the price. Panic had fully taken hold of the group. The forest had become a living nightmare, the ghost's wrath closing in on them with each passing moment. Desperation gripped their hearts as they realized there was only one way out: a sacrifice. To escape, they needed to leave behind a part of themselves, something that would appease the vengeful spirit. Mia, the bravest of the group, stood still for a moment, eyes wide with fear but resolute. She reached for her necklace, a gift from her late grandmother, a cherished heirloom that had been passed down for generations. With trembling hands, she unclipped the delicate chain and placed it gently on the ground. It was her offering, her token to Eleanor, a symbol of her presence in the cursed woods. As the necklace touched the earth, the ground beneath them trembled violently. The mist began to recede, swirling away like a dissipating fog, and for a moment there was an eerie silence. The ghost, once towering and full of fury, vanished into the mist. Only the softest whispers remained, like the fading echoes of a long-forgotten cry. The forest grew still, and the oppressive weight that had pressed down on them lifted. The group, shaken and forever altered by their ordeal, didn't hesitate. They fled, running as fast as they could, the sound of their hurried footsteps muffled by the stillness of the woods. As they emerged from the forest, gasping for air, the sun's first light crept over the horizon, casting a pale glow on their faces. But the memory of what they had experienced, the fear and sorrow of the whispering woods, would stay with them forever. They knew, deep in their bones, they would never return. Now, let me conclude, the Whispering Woods lives on. Though Mia's sacrifice had temporarily calmed Eleanor's restless spirit, the Whispering Woods remained as treacherous as ever. The whispers, soft and constant, still carried through the trees, as though the forest itself was breathing in the lingering sorrow. The land held its secrets tightly, and Eleanor's spirit, though silenced for now, was still bound to the mist, waiting for the next wanderer to venture too far. The curse of the Whispering Woods had not been broken. The trees, ancient and towering, watched over the land, holding the history of those who had disappeared, their names forgotten by time, but their souls forever tethered to the fog. The ghost was still there, hidden in the dark corners of the forest, her grief and rage undying. People in the nearby town would continue to whisper of the woods, telling tales of the ghostly figure and the chilling whispers carried on the wind. Yet the temptation remained for those who sought adventure, or those who simply couldn't resist the lure of a mystery left unresolved. Some mysteries, after all, are better left unexplored, and some whispers, no matter how faint, are better left unheard. The Whispering Woods would always wait, its secrets beckoning the curious, its mist swirling to conceal what lies beyond. As the sun set each evening, the forest fell into silence once again, only to awaken when a new soul wandered too close, listening too intently to the call of the fog, surrendering to Aesliern's pretensions, only to find when helpless was lost. The legend of the Whispering Woods would live on, a haunting reminder of what happens when the past refuses to rest. Friends, this story is entirely fictional and created solely for entertainment purposes. The locations, characters, and events depicted are not real. Any resemblance to actual places, persons, or events is purely coincidental. The intent of this story is not to offend anyone's sentiments or promote superstition. Please regard it as a work of fiction. If you enjoyed this story and want more thrilling tales, don't forget to subscribe to my channel for more spine-chilling content. Welcome to Haunting Whispers, where the eerie and unknown come to life through spine-chilling stories. Our channel dives into the depths of horror, blending suspenseful narratives with vivid storytelling that will keep you on edge. From ghostly apparitions to haunted roads, each tale is crafted to stir your imagination and send shivers down your spine. Whether you're a fan of the supernatural, urban legends, or psychological thrillers, there's something here to captivate every horror enthusiast. Subscribe now and join us in exploring the shadows where fear meets fiction. Let us start the story of The Cursed Doll, an antique shop's sinister centerpiece. Ha ha ha. Tucked away in a forgotten corner of the city, where the cobblestone streets seemed to lead nowhere and the fog lingered like a ghost, there stood an antique shop that few could ever find unless they were meant to. The shop was located down a narrow, winding alley where the distant hum of the city seemed muffled, replaced by the occasional flutter of a bird's wings or the scrape of an unseen rat scurrying across the ground. It was a place that appeared abandoned, yet never quite was, hidden behind an overgrown tangle of ivy and creeping vines that seemed to inch up the stone walls like an eager whisper, urging those with a peculiar sense of curiosity to enter. The building itself was old, its stone exterior faded and weathered by years of neglect. The once proud windows, now cracked and yellowed with age, looked out onto the street like the hollow eyes of an ancient, forgotten soul. Above the entrance, a weather-beaten sign hung from a rusted chain, swaying gently with the breeze. The name of the shop was barely legible, its once bright lettering now obscured by time. But there was something about it, a pull, a magnetic force that guided visitors down the alley and into its dim, mysterious interior. This was a place where time stood still, a relic of a bygone era, and it held an eerie allure. The scent of dust and old wood seemed to hang heavy in the air, mingling with the faint, acrid tang of mothballs and the mustiness of forgotten memories. The floors creaked beneath the feet of those who ventured in, and the shelves were so overcrowded with forgotten treasures that the aisles between them often felt narrower than they should. Wasn't porcelain figurines, tarnished silverware, faded oil paintings, and books bound in brittle leather crowded the space, each piece bearing the marks of age and the whispers of long-forgotten owners. It was as if the shop had become a graveyard for these objects, a resting place for memories too faded to survive in the world outside. And yet, despite the clutter, there was a strange, almost magnetic energy in the air. The shop's very existence seemed to be woven into the fabric of the city's hidden history. It wasn't just a place where objects were sold. It was a sanctuary for those who sought something more, whether it be a relic from their past or something far darker. For those who stepped through the door, the outside world faded away. They were suspended in time, surrounded by the echoes of lives long past. At the heart of this peculiar shop, in the midst of all the strange and forgotten items, was the centerpiece. An antique porcelain doll, displayed behind a glass case as if on a pedestal, stood as a silent sentinel, drawing the eyes of anyone who entered. It was impossible to ignore. The doll seemed to command attention in a way that made some visitors uneasy, as though it were aware of their every move. The light from a solitary, dim chandelier above cast long shadows on the doll's cracked porcelain face, accentuating the delicate yet eerie features that had once been so beautiful. Her hair, once a golden halo, had faded to a dull straw color, and her face, though still finely detailed, was marred by the ravages of time, cracks running down her cheeks like a silent testament to the years of neglect. And but it was her eyes, those unnervingly lifelike eyes, that left the greatest impression. They seemed impossibly real, far too vivid and alive for a doll so old. They were dark, almost black, and they followed the gaze of every visitor as they moved about the shop, never blinking, never wavering. Some claimed that if you stared into them long enough, you could almost see something, a flicker of emotion, a whisper of a soul trapped within, but it was never enough to confirm anything. And yet, no one ever dared to look for too long. The sensation of being watched was too overwhelming, too unsettling. The locals had a name for her, the cursed doll. The whispers about her had circulated for years, passed from one person to another, each retelling more sinister than the last. Some said that those who purchased her were doomed to suffer misfortune, their lives unraveling in the wake of their ill-advised acquisition. Others spoke of strange happenings in the shop itself, of objects moving when no one was around, of footsteps echoing in the narrow aisles when the shop was empty, and of a child's eerie laughter that seemed to float through the air in the dead of night. But the most chilling tale of all, the one that sent shivers down the spine of even the most skeptical, was the story of the doll's origins. According to local legend, the doll had once belonged to a grieving mother, a woman who had lost her child under tragic circumstances. Some versions of the story claimed that the child had died in a terrible accident. Others whispered that the child had been taken in a terrible accident. Still others spoke of a darker force, a curse that had been placed on the family. The mother, heartbroken and inconsolable, turned to an artisan, an old craftsman known for his skill in creating lifelike dolls, to craft a likeness of her lost child. The doll was meant to serve as a surrogate, a way for the woman to keep her child's spirit alive. But something went horribly wrong. The artisan, a man with a tormented past of his own, poured all his grief and sorrow into the doll as he worked. But he was also rumored to have dabbled in the occult, and there were whispers that he had used forbidden rituals to imbue the doll with something more than the lifelike appearance of the child. Some believed that in his desperation to bring his own lost loved ones back, he had inadvertently summoned a vengeful spirit, one that was now bound to the doll for all eternity. The doll became a symbol of tragedy, of unfulfilled love and loss. The mother, in her grief, began to believe that the doll held the spirit of her dead child, and she would speak to it, care for it, and treat it as though it were her child, come back to life. But over time, the mother's health began to decline, and those who knew her spoke of her growing madness. She died alone, and the doll, once a source of solace, became a vessel of torment, forever tied to the tragedy of the past. As years passed, the doll changed hands several times. Each new owner seemed to suffer some form of misfortune: accidents, untimely deaths, financial ruin. It was as though the doll carried with it a curse, an energy that could not be escaped. And eventually, it found its way into the hands of the antique shop's current owner, an enigmatic figure with a history as mysterious as the doll itself. He was a man of few words, with a strange, unnervating presence. He seemed to know more about the doll than he was willing to admit, and the stories surrounding the shop and its haunted centerpiece only grew darker as the years went by. So there were some who said that the doll was merely an object, that its power was nothing more than the result of superstition and local legend. But those who dared to spend any length of time in the shop often found themselves affected by the strange energy that seemed to emanate from the doll. Some would leave with a sense of unease, as if they had been watched, while others would later claim to have had nightmares or inexplicable feelings of dread after setting eyes on it. Still, there were always those who were drawn to the doll, unable to resist its pull. Perhaps it was the promise of uncovering its secret, or perhaps they were just looking for something they couldn't quite explain. But in the end, the shop remained a place of mystery, a sanctuary for the forgotten, the lost, and the cursed. And the doll, sitting silently behind its glass case, remained the shop's sinister centerpiece, waiting for the next soul to cross its path. Let me describe the enigmatic antique shop. The shop's interior felt like a labyrinth, its narrow aisles stretching into the shadows, lined with shelves sagging under the weight of forgotten treasures. The air was thick, with the scent of old wood, dust, and something more elusive, something that made the heart quicken in quiet unease. Every corner held an object that seemed to have a story. An antique clock frozen in time, a tarnished mirror that reflected not the present, but a moment long past, and portraits of faces with hollow eyes, staring out as if searching for something. Or someone. The walls were cluttered with framed paintings, faded photographs, and odd trinkets, each contributing to an atmosphere that was both nostalgic and unnerving. Every object seemed to carry a whisper of a life that once was, but the sound of creaking floorboards beneath your feet reminded you that time here had long stopped moving. Above, the faint hum of electricity buzzed from a single overhead light, casting a pale glow that struggled to illuminate the shadowed corners of the shop. It was an eerie, flickering light that did little to push back the darkness, but rather seemed to enhance it, leaving the shop more a place of mystery than of clarity. The walls seemed to close in, and every aisle twisted and turned in a way that made it easy to get lost in the maze of forgotten relics. But it was not the layout of the shop that made it unsettling. It was the sense that something or someone was always watching. In the farthest corner, behind a counter cluttered with oddities, stood the shopkeeper, Mr. Blackwood. He was a figure as much a part of the shop as its countless treasures, his presence blending seamlessly with the oddities surrounding him. His name, though few ever dared to ask, matched the somber, almost otherworldly air that clung to him. Mr. Blackwood was an elderly man, his sharp, angular features framed by a mane of white hair that clinged to his back. His eyes, dark and unsettling, never seemed to blink, as though he had long abandoned the need to close them. His face was stern, but there was always a cryptic smile that lingered at the edges of his lips, a hint of something unknown lurking behind it. He never offered assistance unless asked, instead watching silently from his corner, observing every visitor with an intensity that made them feel as though he could see straight through them. His gaze followed every movement, yet he remained oddly still, always waiting for the right moment, or perhaps the right person, to uncover the truth of the shop. But there was a price to be paid for such revelations. Those who ventured into his store often left with more than they had bargained for, whether it was an object they had not intended to buy or a piece of knowledge they had never wanted to know. So, Mr. Blackwood's silence was more than just a characteristic, it was a challenge. He knew the shop's mysteries better than anyone, and for him, the visitors were merely pieces in a much larger game. They would either discover the truth of the cursed doll themselves, or they would remain forever ignorant, trapped in the shop's endless maze of forgotten relics. In this place, time itself seemed suspended, and once you entered, it was unclear if you would ever truly leave. Now let me reveal the doll's origin, a tale of misfortune. The doll's origin was a tale wrapped in sorrow, a story whispered only in the shadows of forgotten places. Its history was as fractured and fragmented as the pieces of porcelain that made up its form. The name of the artisan who crafted it had long faded from memory, but those few who spoke of him called him Elias Crow. The world. He was a gifted craftsman, known for his delicate porcelain figures, dolls mostly, each one so lifelike in its detail that they seemed to capture the essence of childhood itself. His skill was unrivaled, his work praised by collectors and admirers alike. But there was one doll, one creation, that would change everything. A doll that was born not from artistry, but from loss, and an obsessive desire to reclaim what had been taken. Elias had once been a man full of life, laughter, and warmth, all of which were centered around his daughter, Lily. She was his world, the light of his life. Lily had golden curls that shone in the sun like strands of honey, and eyes so bright and full of wonder that they could bring a smile to anyone who gazed into them. She was a child whose presence seemed to brighten every room she entered. But tragedy struck one bleak autumn when Lily fell ill with a fever that no medicine could cure. Her tiny body grew weaker by the day, and despite the doctor's best efforts, she slipped away into the cold embrace of death. The loss of Lily shattered Elias. His grief was all-consuming, a darkness that enveloped his heart and mind. He was unable to move beyond the emptiness she had left behind. He tried to fill the void by immersing himself in his work, but no amount of crafting could ease the aching in his chest. His days became nothing but a blur of silence and sorrow. But one night, in the depths of his despair, Elias made a decision that would alter the course of his life forever. He would not simply remember Lily, he would bring her back. Or at least, he would try. Driven by a mixture of love and madness, Elias turned to forbidden rituals. He had heard whispers of old, arcane practices, methods that promised to bridge the gap between life and death. Some called it necromancy, others called it foolishness. But for Elias, it was a final chance to reunite with the daughter he had lost. In the solitude of his workshop, he worked through the nights, the glow of candlelight casting strange shadows on the walls. He began crafting the doll. It was no ordinary creation. Elias poured every ounce of his grief, love, and longing into the doll. Every detail was meticulously fashioned to resemble Lily. From the golden curls now cast in porcelain to the delicate expression on her face, frozen in time. He dressed the doll in one of Lily's favorite dresses, the same one she had worn on the day she had fallen ill. It was a perfect replica, so lifelike that to anyone who saw it, it seemed as though the child had simply stepped out of the world of the living and into the world of the dead. But Elias's obsession with the doll didn't end there. The lines between reality and the supernatural blurred as he began his attempts to bring his daughter back. He carefully performed the ritual he had read about, an ancient and dangerous spell designed to call a spirit into the object. His trembling hands held the doll as he recited the incantation, whispering words meant to summon the soul of Lily. But the ritual was perilous, and no amount of grief-stricken desperation could guide Elias through it properly. The forces he tampered with were not meant for mortal hands. What happened next was not the reunion Elias had hoped for. The ritual did not bring his beloved daughter back to life. Instead, it awakened something darker. A vengeful spirit, twisted by the power of grief and unnatural magic, latched onto the porcelain doll. The curse that was unleashed was not one of peace, but one of torment, a spirit bound to the doll for all eternity. Trapped in a state of restless anguish, the doll, once a symbol of love and loss, had now become a vessel for something far more malevolent. The first victim of the curse was Elias himself. The man who had poured his soul into creating the doll was found the next morning, lifeless in his workshop. His face, twisted in terror, seemed to reflect a final moment of horror, the consequence of dabbling with forces beyond his comprehension. His body was cold, and the workshop was eerily silent, save for the faint, distant sound of a child's laughter that seemed to echo from the corners of the room. That was the television set that the dolls remained, and ripped. The doll remained untouched. It sat there on the workbench, staring with eyes that now seemed too knowing, too lifelike. It had not brought back Lily, but it had something else in mind, something darker, something that had been born from the darkness of Elias's grief. The doll's curse had taken root. The legend of the doll grew in the years that followed, though few dared to speak of it. It passed through the hands of many owners, but none ever kept it for long. Each person who came into possession of the doll was struck by an overwhelming sense of dread, as though they were being watched by unseen eyes. The doll's porcelain features, delicate as they were, seemed to carry a weight of sorrow and malevolence that no one could escape. Over the years, those who owned it met untimely deaths or fell victim to accidents, each one more tragic than the last. And so the doll passed on to be kept behind glass in an antique shop, tucked away in a forgotten corner of the city. Its eyes, always the same, dark and haunting, seemed to follow those who passed by, a constant reminder of the pain and torment that had given birth to its cursed existence. It was as though the doll itself knew its fate was sealed, and it waited, ever patient, ever watchful, for the next soul to stumble into its grasp. The tale of Elias Crow and the cursed doll became little more than a whispered rumor, a dark story shared in hushed tones. No one could confirm the full details of the doll's origins, but those who had heard the stories knew one thing for certain. The doll was no mere object. It was a vessel for something far more dangerous, a relic of a tragedy that had not only claimed a life, but bound a spirit in torment. And anyone who dared to come too close would soon learn that some curses never fade, they only grow stronger. I just wrote a bit about, now I will tell the doll's paranormal behavior. At first, the signs were subtle, easily dismissed as the quirks of an old building or the figments of overactive imaginations. It began with a feeling of unease, a strange sense that something was out of place in the antique shop. Customers would describe the sensation of being watched, but when they turned, they found no one there. The shop, with its creaky floors and dim lighting, had always carried a certain eerie charm, but there was something new now, an undercurrent of discomfort that couldn't be ignored. The most prominent sign was the doll. At first, it was small things, almost imperceptible, the feeling that the doll was watching you from its glass case, its dark eyes following your every move. It wasn't just that the doll was placed in the center of the shop where it could be admired from all angles. It was as though the porcelain figure had a mind of its own. Customers who stood too close to the glass case often felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines, a prickling sensation that raised the hairs on the back of their necks. They would glance at the doll, only to feel as though it was staring directly at them, its gaze sharp and intent, though its face remained frozen in a silent, sorrowful expression. But it wasn't just the feeling of being watched. The more time passed, the more pronounced the doll's strange behavior became. Shop employees and frequent visitors began to notice something even more unsettling. The doll's position in the case seemed to shift. Initially, it was small changes, a slight adjustment of its head or hands. but they were enough to make one's neck stand up. The glass case that housed the doll was always locked and no one ever touched it, yet the doll would move imperceptibly but undeniably from time to time. It would be positioned differently, as though it had shifted during the night. Sometimes its hands were raised slightly. Other times its head was tilted at an angle that made its eyes seem to follow the movements of anyone who dared to approach. One morning, the shopkeeper, Mr. Blackwood, found the doll facing the opposite direction it had been the night before. The shop was closed overnight, and no one had entered, yet the doll was looking out over the room from an entirely new angle. There was no sign of disturbance, no reason for the change. Mr. Blackwood would only smile faintly, his eyes darkening as he inspected the doll, as though he knew far more than he was willing to share. Damn it. The strange movements continued, and the whispers began shortly after. At first, the sounds were barely audible, a faint rustling in the silence of the shop, like the brushing of silk against porcelain. It was easy to dismiss these noises as the wind or the creaking of the old building. But then, more specific sounds began to emerge. Whispers, faint voices that seemed to come from nowhere, their tones hushed and low, as though they were trying to be heard without being discovered. It was said that if you stood near the doll late at night, when the shop was closed, you could hear what sounded like a child's laughter, soft, hollow, and distant. The laughter would rise and fall in the silence of the shop, a haunting reminder of a lost soul that lingered, unwilling to leave. Some claimed the whispers were the sounds of the spirit that inhabited the doll. Others said it was the voice of a child, one that had died long ago, trapped inside the porcelain body. No one could say for sure, but the whispers, accompanied by the laughter, became a common occurrence in the shop. And it didn't take long before visitors began to follow the weight of the presence that seemed to follow them. Even those who were skeptical, who dismissed the idea of ghosts and curses, found themselves unnerved by the eerie voices. They had no logical explanation for it, and yet they could not shake the feeling that something was watching and listening. As the strange phenomena increased, so did the accidents. Objects began to break without reason. Mirrors that had been hanging undisturbed for years would be found shattered, their reflective glass scattered across the floor. Books, some of them centuries old, would be torn or damaged in ways that suggested they had been thrown. Trinkets and porcelain figurines, once pristine, were now cracked or broken, their pieces lying in the aisles as though they had been tossed aside in a violent display of force. The damage was always concentrated near the doll, as though the cursed figure had some unseen power that was slowly spreading throughout the shop. One afternoon, a regular customer who had been admiring the doll for several minutes turned to leave the shop, only to stumble upon a broken mirror near the door. He had not noticed it when he first entered, and yet now it lay in pieces at his feet, its sharp edges glinting in the dim light. There was no explanation for it, no reason for the sudden destruction. For whatever reason, it alerted me that I could have my whole life ahead. I could have my whole life when I had my whole life. But when the man looked up, his gaze met the doll's eyes, and for a moment, he swore he saw them flicker. A brief, imperceptible movement, like a shift in the shadows. He quickly left the shop, his heart racing, and vowed never to return. The rumors of misfortune surrounding the doll grew. People began to avoid the shop altogether, and those who couldn't resist the allure of its peculiar charm found themselves struck by strange occurrences after interacting with the doll. One woman, after briefly standing in front of the glass case, returned home to find her house had been broken into, though nothing had been taken. Another customer, after handling a small trinket near the doll, was involved in a car accident on her way home, though she was unharmed. And yet another reported hearing the sound of footsteps behind her as she walked down an empty street at night, only to turn and find no one there. Each of these events was tied to the presence of the doll, and while they could all be explained away as coincidence, the pattern was unmistakable. The doll, once merely a curious relic of the past, had become something more. It was no longer just a piece of craftsmanship. It was an object of malevolent power. Its influence seemed to grow with each passing day, as though the curse that had been placed upon it was feeding on the fear and unease of those who encountered it. Whether it was the spirit of the lost child or something darker still, the doll's presence in the antique shop had become an undeniable force. As the years passed, the shop's reputation only grew. Those who visited found themselves unable to shake the lingering feeling that something was watching them, something far beyond the realm of the living. And though the shop's door creaked open and closed, its shelves filled with forgotten relics, it was the doll that became the true heart of the shop. A malevolent spirit frozen in porcelain, ever waiting for its next victim to come too close. As the house watched the man's feet leave the floor behind after the slick man, the only sound that faded in the forest floor, it was the male back. And so the doll remains, its cursed eyes ever vigilant, silently biding its time, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to cross its path. Now here is the curse unveiled. Ava, a young paranormal investigator with a thirst for uncovering the truth behind the supernatural, had heard the tales surrounding the cursed doll that haunted the antique shop. For years, she had been skeptical, dismissing the rumors as mere exaggeration or the product of overactive imaginations. Yet something about the doll intrigued her. Perhaps it was the endless accounts of strange occurrences, the whispers of ghostly presences, or the chilling description of the porcelain figure's malevolent gaze. Whatever the reason, Ava decided it was time to investigate for herself. Armed with her usual equipment, a digital recorder, an infrared camera, and a trusty notebook, she set off one crisp autumn evening to spend a night in the shop. Her objective was clear: gather hard evidence that either proved or disproved the existence of the curse. As she stepped through the door, the shop seemed just as she had imagined, dimly lit, with the smell of old wood and dust hanging in the air. The creaking of the floorboards beneath her feet sounded louder than usual, and the faint buzz of the overhead lights created a strange static that made her skin crawl. Despite her initial bravado, she couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine as she set her sights on the glass case that held the doll. She knew the stories. The doll had a reputation. It was said to move on its own, to whisper in the dead of night, and to cause misfortune for those who dared to come too close. But as Ava set up her equipment in front of the case, she reminded herself that she was a professional. The paranormal could be explained by science, she believed. And tonight, she was determined to find that explanation. The first night passed without incident. The shop was eerily silent, save for the occasional creaking of the building, as if it were settling into itself. Ava's recorder picked up no voices, no unexplained noises, and her infrared camera detected nothing unusual. The doll sat motionless in its glass case, its cold eyes staring out into the dim light, unblinking and unyielding. Ava, though still uneasy, was determined not to let her emotions cloud her judgment. But when the second night arrived, everything changed. Ava returned to the shop with the same equipment, but this time she was more prepared. She knew that if the doll was truly cursed, it would make itself known. She took up her usual position in front of the glass case, adjusting the camera and checking the recorder. As the hours stretched on, she found herself growing more and more restless. The shop seemed to grow colder, and the oppressive silence weighed heavily on her. Her own breath fogged in the air, and the chill crept into her bones, though she had yet to hear or see anything that could be called paranormal. Her sanity wasn't what it really was at that moment, now at least. Currently that was, until her recorder picked up a voice. At first it was faint, barely audible, over the sound of her breathing and the occasional creak of the shop's old floors. She leaned in, straining to hear it. The voice was distorted, sounding like a child's whisper, but the words were unmistakable. "Help me." Ava's blood ran cold. The voice was clear now, and though it was faint and distorted, there was no mistaking its pleading tone. She immediately paused, her hands trembling as she replayed the recording. "Help me," the voice repeated, and it sounded almost as though it was coming from the doll itself. Ava's skepticism was shaken to its core. She had come here to uncover the truth, to gather evidence, but now she felt as though she were stepping into something much deeper, something she couldn't easily explain away. Her first instinct was to review the recording further, to listen for any possible source that could explain the voice. But there was nothing. No other noises, no disturbances in the static. It was as though the voice was coming from nowhere. A chilling message carried on the air itself. After recovering from the shock, Ava decided to dig deeper. She spent the next few days researching the history of the doll, trying to find any trace of its origins. She scoured the town's archives and spoke with locals who might have known something about Elias Crow, the artisan who had supposedly crafted the doll. She learned that Crow had been a skilled craftsman known for his lifelike porcelain dolls, but that his life had been marked by tragedy. An interesting thing, his daughter, Lily, had fallen ill with a fever that no doctor could cure, and after her death, Crow had retreated into his workshop, obsessed with the idea of bringing her back. It was said that Crow had used every method he could think of to revive his daughter, from old tomes on necromancy to rituals forbidden by even the most learned occultists. But what the townspeople didn't know was that he had succeeded, at least in part. The doll, created in his daughter's image, became a vessel for something far darker than he could have imagined. Ava's research led her to an old, tattered photograph, one that was tucked away in the back corner of a local library. It showed Elias Crow standing beside the doll, his face gaunt with grief and exhaustion. His eyes were hollow, as though he hadn't slept in days. The photograph was dated a year before his untimely death, which, according to the rumors, was the result of a mysterious accident in his workshop. Ava's research led her to a photograph that Rethamus found 10 years ago. A doll half-crazed him on it, and he no longer looked much like himself. There were no witnesses, and his body had been found lifeless, though no one could explain what had killed him. But the most chilling discovery came when Ava found a letter hidden in a dusty box in the back room of the shop. The letter was addressed to no one in particular, written in Elias's shaky hand. It detailed the events leading up to the creation of the doll and the ritual he had performed in an attempt to bring his daughter's spirit back to life. The letter spoke of a force far beyond his control, something dark and vengeful that had latched onto the doll in place of Lily's innocent soul. And it was a warning, the last remnants of a man who had sought to conquer death and lost everything in the process. The letter ended with a chilling message. The doll is not to be disturbed. The spirit within it will never rest. Oof. And so when you see that spirit within it will never rest, Ava's heart pounded as she read the final words. She knew then that the rumors were true. The doll was cursed, and its spirit, whatever it was, would never be at peace. But the question remained, why had it chosen to reveal itself to her? Why now? As she left the shop that night, Ava couldn't shake the feeling that the doll was still watching her, its eyes unblinking, its cursed spirit waiting for something. What, she didn't know. But she had a feeling that for her, the discovery was just the beginning. Now, let me explain. The confrontation means the curse. Ava stood in the dimly lit antique shop, the weight of the cursed doll's presence pressing down on her chest. The air was thick with tension, and she could feel the doll's cold eyes watching her, even as she set her resolve. She had learned the truth about the doll, its dark origins, and the spirit trapped inside. She knew she had to confront it, to break the curse that had tormented the lives of so many. But she also knew that what she was about to do would not be without its dangers. She had spent days reading through the research she had gathered, piecing together the story of Elias Crow and his desperate attempts to revive his daughter. The cursed doll was more than just a relic. It was a prison for a vengeful spirit, one that had been bound by an act of forbidden magic. Ava's mission was clear. She needed to release the spirit, not just for the sake of those who had fallen victim to the curse, but for the tortured soul trapped inside. With trembling hands, she approached the glass case, the doll sitting motionless, its porcelain face unchanged. It was as if it had been waiting for this moment, for Ava to finally come face to face with the entity that had haunted the shop for so long. Ava hesitated for a moment, her heart pounding in her chest. Could she really destroy the doll? Could she break the curse once and for all? She shook her doubts aside, remembering the stories of those who had fallen ill or met untimely ends after coming into contact with the doll. She couldn't let that continue. She couldn't allow the spirit to remain trapped, feeding on grief and vengeance. Ava grabbed the hammer from the workbench nearby, her hands steady now. She raised it above her head and brought it down hard on the glass case. The sound of breaking glass echoed through the room, and the doll's cold porcelain form was exposed for the first time in decades. But as she reached for the doll, the temperature in the room plummeted. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the shop into total darkness. Ava's breath caught in her throat as a cold wind howled through the aisles, its icy fingers creeping along her skin. The floor beneath her feet began to shake, as though the entire building was being pulled into some unseen abyss. She gripped the hammer tighter, her heart racing as the shop seemed to come alive with an unseen force. And then she heard it. A voice deep and guttural echoed from the shadows. "You cannot destroy me," it hissed, sending a chill down Ava's spine. "I am bound by a vow of vengeance." Ava spun around, searching the darkness for the source of the voice. From the shadows, a figure began to take shape. A shadowy, indistinct form, swirling with anguish and fury. It was the spirit, the vengeful presence that had been bound to the doll. Its form twisted and writhed in an eternal nightmare. The air around her seemed to grow heavier with every passing second, as if the very atmosphere was charged with malevolent energy. The doll, which had been lifeless moments before, was now glowing with an unnatural light. Its eyes burned with an eerie glowing fire, watching Ava with a hunger that sent terror coursing through her veins. The spirit's voice was all around her, taunting, furious. "You think you can set me free? You think you can destroy me so easily? I am vengeance incarnate." Ava's grip tightened around the hammer, her mind racing. She had expected resistance, but this was beyond anything she had anticipated. The spirit was powerful, its rage and sorrow intertwining to create something more than just a ghost. It was a force of nature, a being that had been born from grief, anger, and loss. "I don't really know. I don't know. I feel so ghosted, she said. The shadowy figure moved closer, its presence suffocating, and Ava felt her legs tremble beneath her. "What do you want?" she cried, her voice echoing in the oppressive darkness. "What is it that will set you free?" The spirit paused, its voice lowering to a whisper. "I was bound to this doll by a man who loved me and killed me. The only way to set me free is to break the bond, to sever the curse that ties me here." Ava's mind whirled as she processed the spirit's words. She had to sever the curse, but how? She had already tried to destroy the doll, and that only seemed to strengthen the spirit's grip on the shop. She knew that simply breaking it wouldn't be enough. She needed something more, something that could disrupt the bond that had been forged through Elias Crow's forbidden ritual. In a moment of clarity, Ava realized what she had to do. The doll had been created out of love and grief, but it was also bound by the ritual Elias had performed. She needed to undo that bond, to offer the spirit peace. With that thought in mind, Ava lowered the hammer and stepped forward, toward the doll's glowing eyes. "I release you," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I release you from the curse. Find peace." The air grew still, the cold wind ceased. The doll's eyes dimmed, the unnatural glow fading. For a brief moment, Ava felt the weight of the spirit lift from the room. The shop was silent once again, and then the shadowy figure dissipated, vanishing into the ether. Ava stood, frozen, her breath slow and steady, her heart still racing. The curse was broken, the spirit released. The doll, no longer glowing, sat innocently on its pedestal, its porcelain face unchanged. The oppressive energy that had filled the room had vanished, leaving behind an eerie calm. The curse had been broken. The air in the shop thickened with tension, and Ava's heart raced as the spirit's voice echoed in her ears. The doll's glowing eyes pierced into her, its gaze not just watching, but weighing her very soul. "Release me, or suffer the consequences," the spirit warned, its tone steeped in both fury and sorrow. The darkness around her seemed to close in, suffocating, as if the shop itself were a living, breathing entity caught in the grip of the curse. Ava's hands trembled as she held the hammer, the tool of destruction now seeming like a fragile instrument in the face of such powerful malevolence. She could sense the spirit's pain, its anger, but also a lingering sorrow. The bond that tied it to the doll was a cruel one, and Ava knew that only she could sever it. But the spirit's demand was cryptic, its consequences unknown. If she chose to break the curse, would she truly free the tormented soul inside? Or would she release something darker, something more dangerous? The weight of the decision crushed her chest. Could she risk everything, confront the unknown and hope for peace? Or should she leave the doll in its cursed state, allowing the cycle of torment to continue forever? Ava's mind raced, but her instincts took over. She made her decision. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, whispering a vow that she could only hope would break the curse and bring peace to the tortured spirit. The final confrontation had begun. Ava's heart raced as she carefully followed the steps of the ritual she had uncovered. The words she spoke were ancient, drawn from a forgotten language that seemed to pulse with the weight of centuries. The air in the shop grew thick with tension, the faint hum of electricity now a distant memory beneath the sound of her whispered chants. The shop had become a place between worlds, where the past and present collided in a dance of shadow and light. As the ritual unfolded, Ava felt the presence of the spirit grow stronger. It was as though the very walls of the shop were closing in around her, the pressure building until it became unbearable. She felt her pulse quicken, her mind racing as she worked to piece together the puzzle of the doll's tragic past. The riddle, a haunting puzzle from Elias Crow's letter, had led her to a simple yet profound realization. The doll's torment was tied not only to the past, but to an unbroken cycle of grief and vengeance. It wasn't just about breaking the curse. It was about healing the wound that had caused it. Ava knew that the spirit's torment would only end if she was willing to confront the source of its suffering, Elias's unrelenting desire to bring his daughter back. Ava turned to the doll, now lying before her in shattered pieces. With trembling hands, she carefully reassembled the broken fragments, each piece a reminder of the grief and loss that had created it. As the final piece clicked into place, the atmosphere in the shop shifted. The air cleared, and the heavy weight that had been pressing on Ava's chest lifted. Suddenly, the darkness that had consumed the shop faded, replaced by a soft glow that seemed to emanate from the doll itself. The ghostly figure of the spirit appeared before Ava, no longer twisted in agony. Instead, it was a small child, her eyes filled with an overwhelming sadness. But as the last piece of the doll fell into place, the child's expression softened, her features losing the haunting, vengeful edge. The spirit looked up at Ava, and for a brief moment, their eyes locked. The sorrow in the child's gaze melted into something softer, something akin to gratitude. "Thank you," the spirit whispered, her voice gentle and pure, no longer filled with the anger and despair that had once bound her. Then, in a shimmer of light, the spirit faded, and the doll crumbled to dust. The shop fell silent. The air, once thick with supernatural tension, now felt light and calm. The curse had been broken, and the shop, too, seemed to release the weight of its haunted past. The eerie hum that had echoed through the aisles was gone, replaced by an unexpected stillness. Carnivore stood there for a long moment, taking it all in. The shop, once a dark and foreboding place, was now simply a shop, filled with relics of the past, but no longer overshadowed by the malevolent presence of the cursed doll. It was as if a long-forgotten chapter had finally been closed. Ava left the shop that night, the early morning light breaking through the fog as she stepped onto the cobblestone street. The encounter had changed her, not just in what she had faced, but in how she viewed the world. She had ventured into the unknown, confronted darkness, and found a way to bring peace to a restless spirit. And while the memory of the doll and its curse would stay with her forever, she knew that she had done what was necessary, not just to end a curse, but to heal a wound that had festered for far too long. As Ava walked away from the shop, she felt the weight of the world lift from her shoulders. The curse had been lifted. The spirit was at rest. And for the first time in what felt like ages, the shop was at peace. Friends, this story is entirely fictional and created solely for entertainment purposes. The locations, characters, and events depicted are not real. Any resemblance to actual places, persons, or events is purely coincidental. The intent of this story is not to offend anyone's sentiments or promote superstition. Um, uh, Please regard it as a work of fiction. If you enjoyed this story and want more thrilling tales, don't forget to subscribe to my channel for more spine-chilling content. I'm at Welcome to Haunting Whispers, where the eerie and unknown come to life through spine-chilling stories. Our channel dives into the depths of horror, blending suspenseful narratives with vivid storytelling that will keep you on edge. From ghostly apparitions to haunted roads, each tale is crafted to stir your imagination and send shivers down your spine. Whether you're a fan of the supernatural, urban legends, or psychological thrillers, there's something here to captivate every horror enthusiast. Subscribe now and join us in exploring the shadows where fear meets fiction. Let us start the story of The Phantom Passenger, a hitchhiker who vanishes at dawn. Now let me tell the haunting tale of the Phantom Hitchhiker. Stretching through desolate terrain, the old highway cuts a lonely path through an endless expanse of fields, forests, and abandoned settlements. The road is often bathed in eerie silence, broken only by the occasional rumble of distant trucks or the howling wind through barren trees. This stretch, winding through fog-cloaked valleys and shadowed hills, is known for something far more unsettling than its physical isolation. It is the haunt of a mysterious phantom hitchhiker, a spectral figure who appears only on the darkest of nights, vanishing without a trace as dawn's first light breaks across the horizon. Local legends speak of this ghostly hitchhiker in hushed tones. Truckers, farmers, and weary travelers who have driven through this forsaken stretch of road after midnight know the stories all too well. The figure is always the same, a young man or woman dressed in tattered, outdated clothing, their face pale and drawn, their eyes hollow with a deep sadness that chills anyone who crosses their path. The hitchhiker's hand is always raised, silently pleading for a ride. Those who have dared to stop recount how the figure never speaks much, offering only polite requests for a lift to a mysterious destination. Sometimes it's a small town cemetery, an old farmhouse, long abandoned, or a diner that's been out of business for years. The hitchhiker's demeanor is always the same, soft-spoken, courteous, and gentle, yet there's an underlying sadness in their eyes, an inexplicable sorrow that seems to linger in the air even after the passenger has disappeared. In fact, many who have given the Phantom a ride claim that the moment the first light of dawn breaks over the horizon, the hitchhiker is gone. And the moment they are seated in the vehicle, The next, nothing but the lingering coldness of the seat and the soft whisper of the wind remains. Few have ventured to investigate the origins of this spectral traveler, but those brave enough to probe the mysteries of the highway have uncovered bits and pieces of a long-buried tragedy. It's said that the hitchhiker is not merely a lost soul seeking a ride, but a spirit trapped in a liminal space between life and death, whether it's redemption, closure, or a final reunion with a loved one. Some claim that the phantom is the ghost of a young couple who died in a terrible accident on this very highway. Their lives cut short by a drunken driver or a fatal mistake. While some say the phantom is simply a product of local lore, others are not so sure. Truckers and travelers still speak in hushed voices of the encounters they've had with the hitchhiker, describing strange occurrences during the ride, a sudden drop in temperature, flickering headlights, or the faint sound of a song playing on the radio, as if it were coming from another time. And so the phantom waits. On foggy nights, when the moon is hidden behind a veil of mist and the highway is empty save for the occasional passing vehicle, the hitchhiker appears once again. Silent, pale, and full of sorrow, they remain a mystery, trapped in the twilight hours, waiting for the next unsuspecting traveler to cross their path. For those brave enough to offer a ride, the experience leaves an indelible mark, an encounter with something beyond the realm of the living, a journey through the thin veil between life and death. And as the sun rises and the phantom disappears, the road remains silent once more, only the faintest echo of their presence lingering in the morning fog. Ha ha, and ha ha ha, and yes, the last now know about the haunted highway. The highway, an old and weathered stretch of asphalt, meanders through a landscape that feels as if time has forgotten it. It cuts through dense forests where the trees, twisted and gnarled, seem to swallow up the light, leaving only shadows to stretch along the road. As the night falls, the forest becomes even darker, and the road itself seems to disappear into the void. The silence that settles in is thick, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant call of wildlife, which seems somehow more ominous in this forsaken stretch of land. On either side of the highway, old motels stand like silent, decaying sentinels. Their neon signs flicker intermittently, casting ghostly glows over the cracked pavement. The windows are dark, and the doors long closed, abandoned to the passage of time. The motels, once welcoming spots for weary travelers, have now become relics of a forgotten era, standing as silent witnesses to 1,000 untold stories. Some say these motels were once thriving, providing shelter and comfort to those passing through, but now they serve as a reminder of the loneliness that plagues this stretch of highway. And the wind howls through the trees, sending a chill through the air, making the road feel even more desolate. It whispers between the branches, as if telling its own stories of the people who have vanished, of the accidents and tragedies that have stained this forgotten route. The distant howls of wolves echo through the night, adding an unsettling soundtrack to the already eerie atmosphere. Every rustle in the bushes, every distant snap of a twig feels like the whisper of something, someone, just out of sight. The road itself is treacherous. Potholes and patches of crumbling pavement are scattered across the highway like scars, jarring the bones of any vehicle that dares to travel it. The remnants of old road signs hang crookedly, barely legible, and worn of nothing. The highway seems to have become less of a path through the countryside and more of an obstacle, a gauntlet that vehicles must brave if they dare to continue. Yet it's not just the condition of the road that keeps people away, it's the dark stories that follow it. Locals, those few who remain, speak of the highway in hushed tones, as though merely acknowledging its presence is enough to invite bad luck. Truckers, seasoned veterans of long-haul journeys, are adamant, never stop here after sundown. There are stories of drivers who picked up hitchhikers, strange figures who appeared out of nowhere in the mist, offering a ride to destinations that didn't quite make sense. The hitchhikers never seemed to talk much, and when they did, their voices were strangely soft, their words measured and careful. But it wasn't the conversation that haunted those who gave them rides. It was what came after. The moments of eerie silence in the vehicle, the sudden drops in temperature, or the flickering lights that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Some drivers claim to have heard faint whispers on the radio, as though a long-forgotten song from another time had come to life, only to be cut off abruptly when the passenger disappeared. And then there are those whose encounters have left them shaken in ways they cannot explain. A family driving through one evening recounts their ride along the road, their tale one of dread. They picked up a young man dressed in outdated clothing, his eyes haunted with a sadness they couldn't understand. He requested a ride to a small town, but before they could reach it, the man had vanished from the back seat, leaving only an icy chill and a lingering sense of something wrong. The family swears the man never truly existed, and yet there are no other explanations for the feeling that something was watching them. Something not of this world. One particular trucker who had been driving this highway for years shares his unsettling tale. He picked up a young woman one foggy night, a hitchhiker who looked as if she had been waiting for hours. Her eyes were dull, her smile faint but polite, and she asked for a ride to a location that seemed familiar. Too familiar. It was a small, abandoned diner at the edge of town, a place the trucker had passed countless times in his career. Yet, when they arrived, the diner wasn't there. In its place was only an overgrown patch of land, empty and desolate. The young woman was gone, and the trucker was left to ponder what had just occurred. The stories passed along by word of mouth paint a picture of something deeply unsettling about this stretch of highway. It's as if the very road itself has become a vessel for forgotten spirits, bound to the highway by tragedy, loss, or unfinished business. Travelers who dare to pass through late at night speak of a constant, unnerving feeling of being watched. The shadows that creep just out of sight, the strange noises that seem to echo through the woods, the sense that something is always waiting just beyond the trees. These things cannot be explained away. And yet, despite all the warnings, despite the unsettling tales, there are still those who venture onto the highway. Perhaps they seek adventure, or maybe they simply don't believe the stories. But for those who pick up the phantom passenger or dare to drive alone after dark, the haunting presence of the highway will leave them forever changed. For this road is not just haunted by ghosts. It is a place where the past and present intertwine, a place where the boundaries between life and death are thin, and where something always lingers just out of sight. Now let me tell you about the phantom's appearance, or who is the hitchhiker. The figure of the phantom hitchhiker is always a stark contrast to the desolate road they haunt. Cloaked in the faded fabric of another time, they seem out of place in the modern world, as if they've slipped through the cracks of time itself. Their clothing is outdated. Worn coats, threadbare sweaters, shoes scuffed with years of travel, and hats that have seen better days. The way they dress, mismatched in a way that doesn't quite belong to the present era, suggests they are frozen in another time, perhaps decades ago, or even a century. Some describe them as resembling a traveler from the early 1900s, others a figure from the mid-20th century. No matter the specifics, they are always a figure out of place, standing against the backdrop of a modern highway, as though they were never meant to be there. The hitchhiker is almost always young, a man in his early 20s or a woman with a look of youthful innocence that contrasts sharply with the sorrow in their eyes. Their faces are pale, almost ethereal, and their features are delicate but hauntingly distant. The emptiness in their eyes is a common thread in every encounter. They are not alive in the way that we understand. It's as though their spirit has been drained, leaving only a shell of what once was. Their gaze often seems unfocused, as if they are staring into a world beyond the living, trapped in a place where time stands still. But their suffering never ends. The hitchhiker's appearance is never sudden. They emerge from the shadows, seemingly materializing out of the mist that often coats the road at night. They stand silently by the roadside, waiting for a driver to pass by. Sometimes they are seen from a distance, standing with a hand outstretched toward the headlights of an approaching car, their figure illuminated in the briefest flash of light. There's something unsettling about the way they don't move. They simply stand, as though they've been waiting for an eternity. Their posture is always patient, almost resigned. Yet, there's a silent plea in their stance, a request for something more than just a ride. When they finally speak, their voice is soft, almost too soft, as if it has to strain to reach the world of the living. The tone is polite, but there's an undeniable sadness that laces every word. There is no rush in their speech, no forceful demands or desperate pleas. The hitchhiker never seems to be in a hurry. They ask for a ride, but never beg. Their request to be taken to a specific location, one that never seems to change. Can you take me to the old farmhouse down the lane? Or I need to go to the cemetery on the hill, they might say. Occasionally, it's a diner, one that hasn't served food in decades, or a long-forgotten house at the edge of town. Each time, the destination seems oddly familiar to those who have heard the stories, but impossible to place in the real world. It's as if they are asking to go somewhere that no longer exists. A place stuck in time, much like the hitchhiker themselves. Despite their politeness, there is an undeniable weight of tragedy in their demeanor. It's not just the words they speak, but the air they carry with them, the sense that they have been forever separated from something precious. There's a heavy sadness in the way they move, a slow, deliberate pace that speaks of years of waiting, of an unfulfilled longing. Those who have encountered the phantom hitchhiker often speak of a feeling of sorrow that hangs in the air long after they've vanished. It's not a sadness that can be shaken off easily. It lingers, like a cloud that refuses to disperse. I think, though they are often described as beautiful in a ghostly sense, unearthly in their pale complexion and ethereal grace, there's a haunting beauty that is impossible to ignore. It's not a beauty of the living world, but of one who has seen something darker, something beyond the veil. Their features are sharp, almost too perfect, as if they were carved from marble. Yet, those who have looked into their eyes have reported an unsettling feeling, a coldness that shivers down the spine. The hitchhiker's expression never seems quite right, as though they are stuck in a moment of time, forever frozen in the sadness that brought them to the roadside in the first place. There is a prevailing sense of quietude that follows the phantom hitchhiker. Their very presence seems to drain the world around them of sound. In some encounters, witnesses have described a sudden, almost unnatural quietness, as though the wind itself has ceased, and the only noise that remains is the sound of their voice. Tinged with a deep melancholy, the air grows heavy, and the temperature drops, as if the warmth of the living world has fled from their touch. In the fleeting moments when the hitchhiker speaks, it's as if the world bends around their words, the reality of the situation suspended in time. Despite their gentleness, there is an undeniable sense of danger that accompanies their presence. Some say the phantom hitchhiker brings bad luck to those who pick them up, while others claim that their journey is a warning, a message from the beyond for those who have been chosen to encounter them. One thing is certain, their appearance on the side of the road is never an accident, and the tale of their tragic fate is something that stays with the living long after their vanishing act. Whether they are a lost soul trapped in the fog of time or something more sinister, no one really knows. But for those who have encountered the phantom passenger, they know one thing for certain. The hitchhiker is a figure that will never truly leave them. From here, let me describe the phantom's tragic backstory. The story of the phantom hitchhiker is a tragic one, filled with mystery, heartbreak, and unanswered questions. It is said that the young man or woman who now wanders the highway as a lost spirit was once a vibrant part of the nearby town. They were full of promise, their life ahead of them, with dreams and ambitions that were never meant to be interrupted. Their presence in the town was well known. Perhaps they were a beloved local figure, or maybe just a quiet soul, living their life with the hope that they might find happiness. But whatever their story was before the fateful night, it is forever marred by tragedy. The events that led to their death have become obscured by time, blurred by the whispers of the townspeople. Some say it was a lover's quarrel that sparked the chain of events. The phantom hitchhiker was in love with someone, deeply so, but that love was not returned. Or perhaps it was a love that turned toxic, with words said in anger and betrayal. On the night of the storm, the argument escalated, and the hitchhiker, caught in the storm's fury, made a fateful decision. In a fit of anger or heartbreak, they got into their car, determined to escape the misery they were facing. It is believed that their anger clouded their judgment, causing them to drive too fast, too recklessly, through the storm's fierce winds and rain. The car lost control, crashing violently into the trees along the highway, and in the darkness of that stormy night, their life was extinguished in an instant. Other versions of the story suggest a different cause, one of betrayal. Some say the hitchhiker was simply stranded, left alone by those they trusted. Perhaps they had been waiting for a ride, but the person they had been counting on never arrived. Stranded in the cold, the hitchhiker ventured out into the storm, hoping to find someone who would offer them help, only to meet a tragic fate along the deserted road. Their death was not an accident, but a cruel twist of fate, made all the more unbearable by the fact that they were left alone in their final moments. Some townspeople claim the phantom's death was even more mysterious, hinting at something darker, a betrayal not by a lover or friend, but by fate itself. It is said that the hitchhiker had been promised a future they never got to see. They had dreams of leaving the town behind, of starting a new life, but the promise was never fulfilled. They were meant to meet someone who would change their life forever, but the plans were dashed in an instant. The meeting was never to be, and the dreams they had were shattered in the blink of an eye. Whatever the truth behind the death, one fact remains: the phantom's life was cut short, and they were never given the opportunity to find peace. The haunting began soon after the fatal accident, and the phantom, with no rest for their soul, began to roam the highway. The cause of their haunting seems clear to those who listen to their tragic tale. They are seeking closure, something they were denied in life. Some believe they are searching for redemption, a way to make right the wrongs that led to their untimely death. Others are convinced that they seek revenge on those who wronged them, either directly or indirectly in life. Whatever the phantom's true motive, one thing is certain: they are bound to the road, unable to move on. Every night they return to the place where their life ended, waiting for the chance to finally be at peace. Some say that the hitchhiker's soul cannot rest until they find the closure they seek, while others believe that their search for redemption will only end when the injustice they suffered is avenged. The phantom's tragic backstory keeps them tethered to the highway, unable to break free from the grip of their past. Local legends vary on whether the phantom can ever be freed from their torment. Some say that the hitchhiker is destined to wander forever, lost in time, their tragic tale repeating endlessly. Others hope that one day someone will be able to help the phantom find peace, either by uncovering the truth of their death or by offering forgiveness for the wrongs that occurred. But as the years pass, the chances for closure grow slimmer, and the phantom remains trapped in the fog of the highway, forever a part of the tragic legend that surrounds them. So the haunting of the phantom hitchhiker is not just about the tragic end of one life, but about the unfulfilled promises, the shattered hopes, and the deep, aching sorrow that lingers in the heart of anyone who hears their story. It is the kind of sadness that refuses to fade, haunting the town, the highway, and the hearts of those who pass by. The phantom waits, ever watchful, always at the edge of the road, hoping for someone who will understand, who will take them home, wherever that may be, and finally offer the peace they so desperately seek. Now know about the encounters with the phantom passenger. Over the years, numerous travelers and locals have shared chilling tales of encounters with the phantom hitchhiker. Each story paints a haunting picture of a spectral presence lingering at the edge of the highway, waiting for a ride that no one can truly give. While some may dismiss these accounts as figments of imagination, the sheer number of witnesses and the consistency of their experiences suggests that something far more unsettling is at play on that forsaken stretch of road. One of the most chilling reports comes from Carl, a seasoned truck driver who has spent countless nights driving through the desolate stretches of highway. Carl recalls one night in particular when he picked up a young woman dressed in an old-fashioned white dress. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with a sorrow so deep that it felt like a weight in the air. She didn't say much at first, simply asked to be taken to an old farmhouse on the outskirts of town. The road was dark and narrow, and the wind seemed to carry an ominous hum as Carl drove. He tried to make conversation with the young woman to pass the time, but her answers were cryptic and her tone seemed distant, as though she were lost in another world. She didn't seem to acknowledge Carl's presence in the way one might expect, as if her mind was somewhere far away. At one point, Carl noticed she was staring out the window, her face turned toward the darkness, her expression vacant. When they reached the farmhouse, Carl slowed his truck to a stop. The young woman said nothing as she unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out into the night. Before Carl could ask her anything else, she disappeared, vanishing into the shadows without a sound. His heart raced in his chest as he glanced around, but there was no sign of her. He stared at the darkened farmhouse, which looked eerie and abandoned, the windows boarded up with rotting wood. With his pulse still racing, Carl quickly drove away, not daring to look back. The entire encounter felt wrong, unnatural. The following morning, Carl decided to return to the farmhouse, hoping to find an explanation. But when he arrived, the farmhouse was exactly as it had appeared that night, abandoned, falling apart and showing no sign of life for decades. He spoke to some locals who confirmed that the house had been empty for as long as anyone could remember. This unsettling experience isn't unique to Carl. Over the years, similar encounters have been reported by a variety of travelers. Individuals from different walks of life, all telling remarkably similar tales of a mysterious hitchhiker. One such account comes from a family who were traveling late at night through the same stretch of highway. The parents were in the front seats and their two children sat in the back. As they drove, the family noticed a figure standing by the side of the road, a figure that seemed almost ethereal in the dim light. The hitchhiker, a young woman in an old-fashioned dress, had her thumb extended, silently asking for a ride. Against their better judgment, the parents decided to stop and offer the woman a ride. As she got into the backseat of the car, the atmosphere grew tense and an unsettling quiet filled the vehicle. The woman didn't speak at first, but the family could sense her sadness, a heavy, palpable grief that seemed to radiate from her. The parents exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what to do. After a few miles of uncomfortable silence, the father glanced in the rearview mirror. The back seat was empty. Panicking, he turned around, but there was no sign of the woman. She had vanished, gone in the blink of an eye, with no trace left behind. The family was left in stunned silence, their hearts pounding in their chests, unsure of what they had just experienced. The strange occurrence left them shaken, their minds haunted by the memory of the phantom's presence. It was only later that they learned that the highway was known for its ghostly legend, but it offered them little solace. A similar encounter came from a biker named Mike, who was riding through the stretch of highway alone one foggy night. As he rode, he saw a figure standing on the side of the road, a silhouette barely visible in the dense mist. It was the hitchhiker, unmistakably the same young woman wearing a white dress and standing motionless, as if waiting for something. Like a man who had heard whispers of the phantom passenger decided to ride past her, hoping that his mind was playing tricks. But as he sped down the road, something urged him to look back. And when he did, he saw her again, still standing there just as before. He turned around, determined to find out who she was or why she was standing alone on such a desolate road. He followed her for miles, but no matter how far he rode, the distance between them never seemed to shrink. He glanced over his shoulder, and there she was, just as far behind as she had been when he first saw her. Eventually, Mike reached the point where the road curved sharply, and he looked back to find that the figure was gone. There was no sign of her anywhere, no trace of her presence. It was as though she had vanished into thin air. The eerie encounter left Mike unsettled. His heart raced, and the sensation that he had just crossed paths with something far beyond the natural world clung to him long after he'd left the highway behind. He never rode that stretch of road again, knowing deep down that the phantom was no mere legend. Many others have shared similar experiences of encountering the phantom hitchhiker, often describing the same characteristics: the pale, sorrowful face, the eerie silence, and the inexplicable disappearance when the ride reaches its destination. Some have been able to converse with the figure, but the words are always strange, disjointed, as though the hitchhiker is not entirely of this world. Others report seeing the figure only in the distance, as if she is never meant to truly be approached. One common thread in every encounter is the overwhelming feeling that the hitchhiker is not merely a lost soul, but something more, something tragic trapped between this world and the next. Those who encounter the phantom often report a lingering sense of sorrow, loss, and unfinished business that clings to them long after the encounter. It's as if the hitchhiker's unresolved fate has left a shadow over all who cross her path, one that can never truly be shaken off. Though many dismiss these encounters as the product of tired minds or overactive imaginations, others believe the phantom is not a mere ghost, but a tragic spirit, bound to the highway by the events of her untimely death. For those who have had the misfortune of crossing paths with the phantom, one thing is clear. The ghostly hitchhiker is no figment of folklore, but a presence that leaves an indelible mark on anyone who encounters her. Now let me tell the investigation for unraveling the truth. Determined to uncover the truth behind the elusive phantom hitchhiker, Sarah, a skeptical journalist from a nearby city, set out to investigate the chilling legend. Known for her rational mind and keen investigative skills, Sarah wasn't one to easily believe in ghost stories. Yet the widespread reports from truckers, travelers, and locals about the mysterious figure that haunted the highway intrigued her. Armed with her camera, notepad, and an unshakable sense of curiosity, Sarah embarked on her mission to separate fact from folklore. And with her, we found ourselves faced with, hopefully, no doubt, a dragon. Her first step was to visit the highway itself, the site of so many eerie encounters. She drove down the desolate stretch of road in the early hours of the morning, the fog heavy in the air, the headlights of her car casting an otherworldly glow on the crumbling asphalt. The stillness was unsettling, and as she passed the old motels and abandoned diners, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Despite her initial skepticism, there was a palpable tension in the air, one that made her question the stories she had heard. Over the following days, Sarah interviewed the locals, truckers who had driven the highway for years, residents who lived in nearby towns, and even the families who had experienced first-hand encounters with the phantom passenger. The stories were consistent, each account recounting the same details. A young, sorrowful figure, always appearing in outdated clothing, asking for a ride to a destination no longer accessible. Her eyes were always hollow, as if the life had been drained from her, and her presence carried a deep sadness that lingered long after she disappeared. One trucker, Jim, shared a particularly chilling experience. He spoke of picking up a young man who looked to be in his early 20s, his clothes old-fashioned, as if from another era. Jim had driven the figure for miles, but when they reached the alleged destination, the young man simply vanished from the passenger seat, leaving behind an inexplicable coldness that seemed to linger in the truck long after he had gone. Jim's voice quavered as he spoke, still shaken by the encounter. Intrigued by these stories, Sarah decided to dig deeper into the history of the highway and the surrounding area. She visited the local library and scoured old newspaper clippings, hoping to find some clue that would explain the phantom's origins. After hours of research, Sarah stumbled upon an old article that mentioned a fatal car accident that occurred on the very stretch of road where the phantom hitchhiker had been seen. The article described a young man named Thomas Ward, who had died in a tragic accident nearly 40 years ago, on a stormy night much like the ones described in the eyewitness accounts. And, Thomas Ward had been a local resident known for his good nature and promising future. The report detailed how he had been in a heated argument with his girlfriend just before the accident, driving away in anger. The article suggested that the young man had lost control of his vehicle on the slick road and crashed into a tree, his life cut short in an instant. His girlfriend, devastated by his death, was reportedly left in a state of despair, haunted by the memory of their final argument. The details of Thomas Ward's life and death mirrored the descriptions of the phantom hitchhiker perfectly, a young man filled with sorrow and regret, whose life had been abruptly ended. Sarah believed she had uncovered the tragic truth. The phantom hitchhiker was Thomas Ward, trapped in a never-ending cycle of searching for redemption or closure, his spirit unable to rest after the tragic events of that stormy night. Determined to find more answers, Sarah traveled to the site of the accident. The location was a lonely hill, the road winding sharply around it. She parked her car at the base of the hill and walked up, feeling the weight of the place settling over her. The trees surrounding the area were thick, their branches swaying in the breeze, and the silence was deafening. At the top of the hill, she found a weathered gravestone, overgrown with ivy. The name on the stone was unmistakable: Thomas Ward, with the date of his death clearly marked. As Sarah stood there, her mind raced. She wondered if Thomas had indeed died on that fateful night, his spirit never allowed to rest. She couldn't help but feel a sense of finality in the air, as though she had discovered the truth behind the ghostly figure that haunted the highway. But what had kept Thomas from moving on? Was he seeking redemption for a life cut short? Or was he seeking revenge for a betrayal he could never overcome? The gravestone seemed to whisper its own story, telling of a life interrupted by tragedy, a soul trapped in a state of unrest. Sarah felt a deep sense of sorrow wash over her, and for the first time, she began to wonder if the stories of the phantom passenger weren't just the product of folklore, but the result of something far more tragic, something that couldn't be explained by logic or science. As Sarah returned to her car, the weight of the investigation settled heavily on her shoulders. She had uncovered the tragic backstory behind the phantom hitchhiker, but the mystery remained. Why did Thomas Ward's spirit continue to haunt the highway? What was he searching for? Redemption, revenge, or simply the peace that had eluded him for so many years? With the answers to some questions in hand, Sarah knew she had only begun to scratch the surface. The legend of the phantom hitchhiker was far from over, and the truth behind the spirit's tragic fate would continue to haunt the lonely stretch of highway for as long as the stories were told. Now let me explain. The climax means confronting the phantom. The fog rolled in thick and heavy that evening, swallowing the landscape in a gray mist. Sarah, her heart pounding in her chest, knew it was the perfect night to confront the legend of the phantom hitchhiker once and for all. She had spent days researching, interviewing locals, and uncovering the tragic backstory of the young man or woman who seemed to endlessly haunt the highway, but she had yet to see the ghostly figure for herself. And driven by a need to understand, to find closure to the story that had consumed her, Sarah decided to test the legend firsthand. When she slid into her car, her breath visible in the cold air as she turned the key in the ignition, the engine hummed to life, and she began driving the haunted highway, her headlights cutting through the thickening fog. The stretch of road felt more foreboding than it ever had before, each passing mile adding to the growing tension in the pit of her stomach. She could feel the weight of the stories she had heard, the countless whispers of those who had driven the road at night, each one telling of a hitchhiker who appeared out of nowhere, only to vanish just as mysteriously. As Sarah drove, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The air felt heavier, colder, and the silence of the road seemed to press in on her, amplifying the sound of her own breathing. The trees on either side of the road loomed like dark sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The crumbling motels, long abandoned, seemed to watch her as she passed, their flickering neon signs offering little comfort in the gloom. Her headlights barely cut through the fog, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters across the road. Then, just as Sarah was beginning to doubt herself, she saw him. Standing at the side of the road, his hand outstretched, was the figure she had heard so much about. He was young, his clothing old-fashioned, a dark jacket and faded jeans. His face was pale, his eyes hollow and distant, his expression one of deep sadness. For a moment, Sarah froze, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, heart racing. The air felt colder, and she could almost feel the weight of the phantom's sorrow seeping into her own bones. Dying. But this was the moment she had been preparing for. The moment she had driven all this way for. With a deep breath, Sarah pulled over to the side of the road, the gravel crunching under the tires. Her breath was shallow and her palms were clammy, but she refused to let fear stop her now. She had to know. She had to understand. The year has been unbelievable, and I came home too late. What? Are you late? Sarah asked. She is too late. She rolled down the window, her voice steadied despite the growing unease in her chest. Where are you going? She asked, her gaze fixed on the phantom. His eyes met hers, his gaze empty, but there was something familiar in it. A kind of pleading, a deep yearning for something Sarah couldn't quite place. The phantom's voice was soft, barely above a whisper, but it cut through the silence with an eerie clarity. Take me home. His words sent a shiver down Sarah's spine, but she didn't hesitate. She had come this far, and now she would see this through. Without thinking twice, she unlocked the passenger door. Get in, she said, her voice betraying none of the fear that churned inside her. The figure stepped into the car, his movements slow, almost mechanical, as if he were unsure of the reality of the situation. He slid into the passenger seat beside her, and Sarah could feel the coldness radiating from him. The chill that seeped into her skin, like the very air, was haunted. The silence between them was thick, broken only by the sound of Sarah's car engine humming as she started driving again. As they drove down the road, Sarah tried to strike up a conversation, but the hitchhiker remained mostly silent, responding with vague answers as if lost in another time or place. When he did speak, his voice was faint and distant, as though he were not fully present in the world she inhabited. Why are you on this road? Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly, but she quickly steeled herself. I need to go home, the phantom repeated, his voice laced with a deep sadness that seemed to echo in the car. Take me to the farmhouse. It's where I belong. The farmhouse. Sarah had heard of it in the stories, an old, crumbling house on the outskirts of town, abandoned for years. She knew the place well, having driven by it countless times. It was a place lost to time, a forgotten relic of a past that no longer existed. This was his destination, the place where he had to go. Oh. As Sarah drove on, the fog grew thicker, and the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon. The moment was fast approaching, and a sense of anticipation hung in the air. The phantom remained eerily quiet, his hollow eyes fixed on the road ahead. It was as if he were waiting for something, his presence growing heavier with each passing minute. Finally, they reached the farmhouse. The old house stood in eerie silence, its windows dark and empty, as if it were merely a shadow of the place it once had been. Sarah brought the car to a stop in front of the house, the engine running quietly in the stillness of the morning. The phantom turned to her, his eyes locking with hers one last time. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, a sad, peaceful smile that sent a wave of sorrow through Sarah's heart. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice soft, almost inaudible, and then, before Sarah could respond, he vanished. One moment he was there, sitting beside her, and the next he was gone. The seat beside her was empty, the air suddenly still. A cold shiver ran down Sarah's spine, and her gaze swept over the car, half expecting to see him still there. But there was nothing. And then in the seat where the phantom had sat, Sarah noticed something. A small, weathered letter tucked into the crevice of the seat. She picked it up carefully, her hands trembling as she unfolded the fragile paper. The letter was faded, the ink smudged in places, but the words were clear. "I am sorry. Goodbye, my love." The message was hauntingly simple, yet filled with an unimaginable weight. As Sarah sat in her car staring at the letter, the weight of what she had just experienced crashed over her like a wave. She had confronted the phantom hitchhiker, had driven him to his final resting place, and, in doing so, had witnessed the sorrow and loss that had kept him tethered to the mortal world. With a heavy heart, Sarah started the car and drove away, the fog lifting with the first rays of daylight, leaving the farmhouse behind her. She knew that the legend would live on, but she also understood the truth now. That sometimes the restless spirits of the past don't vanish because they are searching for something. They vanish because they have finally found it. But now let me conclude the enduring mystery of the phantom passenger. As Sarah drove away from the haunted highway, the weight of the night's events hung heavily in the air. She had uncovered the truth, yet the story was far from over. The phantom hitchhiker, a restless spirit bound to an endless journey, had found peace. For now. But the highway, with its fog-drenched roads and desolate landmarks, still held an eerie presence, one that could never truly be erased. The sun had begun to rise, casting long shadows over the empty stretch of road she had just traversed. The fog, now lifting with the early morning light, seemed to disperse like a veil, but Sarah knew that the mystery of the phantom would never fully dissipate. She glanced in her rearview mirror, half expecting to see the silhouette of the young man or woman standing there once more, waiting for another soul to pick them up. For a moment, she thought she saw the figure, the same hollow eyes, the same distant expression. But when she blinked, it was gone. A fleeting image, like a memory just out of reach. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the phantom still lingered, even now, following her from the very place where she had driven him to rest? Or had she simply imagined it in the wake of the night's events? The question would remain unanswered, but Sarah could not deny the sense of closure she felt, knowing she had helped the spirit find peace, even if only for a time. Still, she knew that the legend of the phantom hitchhiker would never truly die. There would always be new travelers on that lonely stretch of highway, some of them unknowingly driving straight into the mystery, while others, like Sarah, would seek to understand the truth. The phantom would always be there, waiting at the roadside, a figure frozen in time. The highway, with its dark history and unsettling stories, would continue to be a place where the past and present collided in mysterious and haunting ways. Sarah's journey had come to an end, but for the phantom, the road stretched on, an endless cycle of waiting and wandering, searching for something that could never truly be found. Some roads lead to destinations unknown, and some passengers are never meant to stay. Sarah mused aloud, her voice barely audible over the hum of the engine. As she drove away, the faint whisper of the hitchhiker's request echoed in her mind. Take me home. Though she had left the highway behind, she knew the legend would live on. In the hearts of those who had encountered the phantom, in the stories passed down through generations, and in the foggy nights when travelers dared to drive alone, the hitchhiker's spirit would remain. The mystery of the phantom passenger would continue to haunt the highway, a part of its timeless legend. And so, on those foggy nights, when the air grows still and the road stretches endlessly ahead, travelers swear that if you listen closely, you can still hear the soft hum of an engine and the faintest whisper of a hitchhiker's request. Take me home. Friends, this story is entirely fictional and created solely for entertainment purposes. The locations, characters, and events depicted are not real. Any resemblance to actual places, persons, or events is purely coincidental. The intent of this story is not to offend anyone's sentiments or promote superstition. Please regard it as a work of fiction. If you enjoyed this story and want more thrilling tales, don't forget to subscribe to my channel for more spine-chilling content. And welcome to Haunting Whispers, where the eerie and unknown come to life through spine-chilling stories. Our channel dives into the depths of horror, blending suspenseful narratives with vivid storytelling that will keep you on edge. From ghostly apparitions to haunted roads, each tale is crafted to stir your imagination and send shivers down your spine. And yet, somehow, whether you're a fan of the supernatural, urban legends, or psychological thrillers, there's something here to captivate every horror enthusiast. Subscribe now and join us in exploring the shadows where fear meets fiction. Let us start the story of the Haunted Mansion of Ravenswood, Secrets of a Cursed Family. Perched atop a desolate hill, Ravenswood Mansion stands like a silent sentinel. a dark monument to a bygone era. Shrouded in mist and decay, the mansion casts an ominous shadow across the valley below, its silhouette almost ghostly against the backdrop of a storm-darkened sky. Once the proud estate of a wealthy and influential family, it now languishes in ruin, its grand spires leaning crookedly toward the earth as if reaching out to grasp the lost legacy of the Ravenswood name. The mansion's decay has been gradual, yet its story, filled with sorrow and mystery, remains as vivid and potent as the day it was first built. The air surrounding Ravenswood Mansion is thick with an unshakable sense of foreboding. The wind howls through the trees, a mournful wail that seems to carry the voices of the past. Some say that the trees themselves, twisted and gnarled with age, are the silent witnesses of the mansion's dark history, their branches reaching up to the heavens in vain attempts to shield the once prosperous family from their tragic fate. The mansion's walls seem to whisper secrets to those who dare to listen, secrets of betrayal, vengeance, and forbidden love that tore apart a family bound by wealth and ambition. The very stones of the mansion seem to pulse with a malevolent energy, as if the house itself is alive with the echoes of the past. To the local townsfolk, Ravenswood Mansion is a place to be avoided, a cursed relic best left forgotten. The name Ravenswood has become synonymous with tragedy, and its haunted halls are a subject of whispered rumors and fearful speculation. The family's fall from grace was as sudden as it was catastrophic. Once the proud rulers of the land, the Ravenswoods were brought low by their own hubris and the destructive force of their unchecked greed. Betrayal from within, a forbidden love affair, and the pursuit of power beyond their control led to a series of calamities that ultimately destroyed the family and sealed their fate within the mansion's decaying walls. Those brave enough to venture too close to the mansion, or those foolish enough, speak in hushed voices of strange occurrences. They tell stories of the wind howling through cracked windows as though it were calling out the names of the lost family members, of lights flickering in the windows when no one has lived there for decades, of creaking floorboards and cold drafts that seem to come from nowhere, as if the house itself is trying to warn intruders away. But the most disturbing of all the rumors are the tales of sightings, brief glimpses of figures moving in the darkened windows, figures that resemble the long-dead family members, their faces twisted in sorrow or rage. Among those who have dared to investigate the mansion's mysteries, few have returned unchanged. Those who have speak of an overwhelming sense of dread and an unrelenting pull to discover the mansion's secrets. Some claim to have heard faint whispers in the air, voices calling out from the shadows, while others describe seeing fleeting figures, the translucent apparitions of the Ravenswood family, forever bound to the mansion, doomed to relive their tragic fate for eternity. Yet, despite the warnings and the curses that seem to hang in the air like an invisible cloud, there are always those who cannot resist the temptation to enter. The mansion, it seems, continues to lure in the curious, the brave, and the foolhardy, beckoning them with the promise of answers to its long-held secrets. For one group of explorers, the call of Ravenswood Mansion is impossible to resist. A seasoned paranormal investigator named Samantha, who has spent years studying the history of haunted places, is drawn to the mansion's tragic past and the possibility of uncovering its hidden truths. Samantha's interest is not just academic, but personal. Her research has revealed an inexplicable connection between her own family and the Ravenswoods, one that she hopes to unravel in the hopes of finding closure. Alongside her, a historian named Thomas a direct descendant of the Ravenswood family, joins the team, determined to understand the history of his ancestors and the tragic events that have plagued his bloodline for centuries. Thomas's involvement in the investigation is deeply personal, as he believes that the family curse that has haunted them for generations might finally be broken if the truth is discovered. In addition to Samantha and Thomas, two distant relatives of the Ravenswood family, Emily and Jack, are also part of the group. Both have heard the eerie stories from their childhood and have grown up in the shadow of the mansion's legend. Emily, a woman in her early 30s, has spent much of her life searching for answers that seems to hang over them like a pall. Yeah. Jack, on the other hand, is more skeptical of the supernatural, though he feels an undeniable pull to the mansion, as though something inside him is calling him back to the place where his ancestors met their end. Together, this eclectic group of explorers makes their way to Ravenswood Mansion on an autumn evening, their hearts filled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Their objective is simple: to uncover the truth about the Ravenswood family's downfall and to find out whether the mansion's curse can finally be lifted. However, what they don't realize is that the mansion is not a place that will give up its secrets easily. Anyway, the house has been waiting for centuries, and it will not let anyone walk away unscathed. As they approach the mansion, the group cannot help but feel the weight of its presence pressing in on them. The windows are dark, and the heavy doors seem to loom before them like the mouth of some great hollow beast. The mansion's exterior, though crumbling, still holds a certain grandeur, remnants of its former glory that only serve to heighten its mysterious allure. The air grows colder the closer they get, and the wind carries an unsettling chill that makes the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, the group presses on, their resolve firm and their curiosity stronger than ever. As they step inside, the mansion's oppressive silence surrounds them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps echoing through the halls. The walls seem to close in around them as they begin to explore the mansion's labyrinthine corridors, the rooms feeling strangely familiar, as if they had been here before in another life. The house feels alive, its walls breathing, its floorboards creaking in response to their every movement. There is something undeniably sinister about the place, something that calls to them from the darkness, but they press forward, determined to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. With each step they take deeper into the mansion, the air grows thicker, more oppressive, and the group begins to realize that the mansion is not just haunted by the spirits of the Ravenswood family, but by the weight of the family's sins and the curse that has bound them to the land for centuries. The mansion is alive, and its secrets are waiting to be uncovered, if they are brave enough to face the terror that lies within. Now let us know the origins of the Ravenswood tragedy. The tale of Ravenswood Mansion, with all its sorrow and despair, begins not with the mansion itself, but with the ambitions of a man whose desire for power would eventually lead to the downfall of an entire family. Albert Ravenswood, Thomas's great-great-grandfather, was the patriarch who first built the mansion, a towering edifice of wealth, ambition, and pride. Constructed high on a hill, it was meant to serve as a monument to Albert's success, a testament to his dominance in both business and society. Its grand stone walls, ornate carvings, and sweeping views of the valley below made it the envy of all who beheld it. But within those opulent halls, a dark secret was beginning to take root, one that would eventually poison the very soul of the Ravenswood family. Albert Ravenswood was a man of ambition, willing to do whatever it took to secure his place at the top. His wealth was amassed through a combination of savvy investments and some questionable dealings, but it was his partnership with a man named Victor Halloway that propelled him into the circles of the most influential individuals in the land. Halloway was more than just a business partner to Albert. He was a confidant and a friend, someone who shared Albert's dreams and visions of empire building. The two men seemed inseparable, united by their mutual drive for success and their shared understanding of the business world. But as with all great tales of betrayal, Albert's ambition led him down a treacherous path. Driven by an insatiable hunger for more wealth and power, Albert began to grow restless with the terms of his partnership with Halloway. As the partnership grew stronger, so did Albert's desire to expand his empire. And soon he began to make deals behind Halloway's back, striking agreements with rival business magnates in an effort to further his own interests. What Albert didn't realize, however, was that in doing so, he was unknowingly severing the very bond that had given him his wealth. In the world of high-stakes business, betrayal is a dangerous game, and Albert's treachery would come to light in the most violent of ways. One fateful evening, during a tense meeting at Ravenswood Mansion, the inevitable confrontation between Albert and Victor Halloway took place. It was a night filled with fury, accusations, and recriminations. Halloway, devastated by Albert's betrayal, had arrived at the mansion to confront his former friend and business partner. The two men exchanged harsh words, and the tension quickly escalated, as it often does between betrayed allies. In a blind fit of rage, Albert struck the final blow, not with words, but with a weapon that would end the life of the man who had once been his closest confidant. The ensuing silence in the mansion was deafening. Victor Halloway, lifeless, lay sprawled across the floor, and Albert stood over his body, his hands trembling, his mind consumed by the realization of what he had just done. In that moment, Albert had secured his place at the top of his empire, but he had also doomed his family to a fate far worse than death. The news of Victor's death spread quickly, and the town's whispers grew louder. Rumors swirled about Albert's betrayal, painting him as a man driven by greed and ambition, willing to murder his closest ally for the promise of more power. The scandal tarnished the once proud Ravenswood name, and the family began to unravel. Albert's guilt gnawed at him, but it wasn't just his conscience that troubled him. As the days passed, strange occurrences began to plague the mansion. The air grew heavy, and the once thriving estate became a place of discomfort and unease. Then, on a cold winter's night, disaster struck. Ravenswood Mansion, the very symbol of Albert's success, was consumed by fire that tore through its walls and foundations. The flames spread rapidly, fueled by years of neglect and decaying timber, and before long, the mansion was reduced to a smoldering shell. Albert and his wife, Catherine, perished in the flames. Their bodies never recovered. It was said that they died in each other's arms, victims of their own ambition and sins. But the fire could not destroy all that the mansion held. The Ravenswood family's youngest daughter, Isabella, was missing from the wreckage, her whereabouts unknown. Some claim she perished in the flames, but others, those who believe in the curse, argue that Isabella's fate was far darker. It is said that Isabella was the last to see her father, and that in the hours leading up to the fire, she witnessed a terrible secret that sealed her fate. What exactly happened to Isabella remains a mystery, but many believe that her disappearance was not a simple accident. Some whisper that she was consumed by the mansion's spirit, drawn into its darkness, and now wanders the halls as a restless spirit, seeking vengeance for the betrayal that had destroyed her family. With the deaths of Albert and Catherine, the Ravenswood family seemed to vanish from history. Their once great name faded into the annals of rumor and legend, but the tragedy that befell them was far from over. In the years that followed, anyone connected to the Ravenswood bloodline seemed to be cursed. Each generation plagued by untimely deaths, disappearances, and unexplained occurrences. Children died in strange accidents, family members vanished without a trace, and even the most promising descendants found their lives cut short in ways that seemed impossible to explain. As the years wore on, the curse of Ravenswood seemed to claim more and more lives, and it became clear that the mansion was more than just a home. It was a prison, binding its inhabitants to the tragic fate of their forebears. As Thomas and the other members of the exploration team would come to learn, the mansion itself was the source of the curse. The very foundation of Ravenswood Mansion was built upon the sins of Albert and his betrayal. The spirits of those who had been wronged, Victor Halloway, Catherine Ravenswood, and especially Isabella, remained bound to the mansion, their restless souls forever trapped within its decaying walls. It is said that the house's very bones are imbued with the rage, pain, and sorrow of the past, and that anyone who enters the mansion will be drawn into its curse, forever tied to the dark forces that haunt it. Though the mansion had fallen into disrepair, the curse had only grown stronger over time. Those who were related to the Ravenswood family found themselves drawn to the mansion, as if some unseen force was guiding them back to the place where their ancestors had met their tragic end. And for those who dared to investigate its secrets, the mansion's grip was inescapable. The curse that had begun with Albert's betrayal would continue to unfold, and each new generation of Ravenswoods would face the same tragic fate. As the exploration team made their way deeper into the mansion, they began to realize that they were not simply there to uncover the truth. They were there to face the full extent of the curse, and perhaps to become its next victims. The walls of Ravenswood Mansion had long since absorbed the anguish, betrayal, and sorrow of its past, and now it was waiting for the next chapter in its tragic tale. Now let me reveal the paranormal activity and encounters in the mansion. As the group of explorers, led by paranormal investigator Samantha and joined by the curious historian Thomas, stepped deeper into the heart of Ravenswood Mansion, the very atmosphere seems to shift. The house, with its crumbling walls and decaying fixtures, holds an energy that cannot be ignored. It is as if the mansion is alive, breathing with the remnants of its dark past, waiting for those who dare to trespass within its haunted hall. At first, the supernatural activity is subtle. Doors creak open and slam shut of their own accord, echoing through the desolate halls. Shadows flicker at the periphery of the group's vision, moving in unnatural ways, and strange cold spots appear, as if the mansion itself is drawing the warmth from the air. The air is thick, heavy with a sense of oppression, and the further they move into the mansion, the more unsettling it becomes. Emily, one of the descendants of the Ravenswood family, is the first to feel the chill that sweeps through the mansion. As she clutches Jack's arm, her breath visible in the icy air, her eyes dart nervously around the room. "Did you hear that?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Jack, ever the skeptic, tries to reassure her. "It's just the wind, Em. Old houses like this creak and groan all the time." But even Jack cannot deny the growing sense of unease that settles over him. He notices the shadows moving too, the flickering of light from their torches casting eerie shapes on the walls. They press on, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the silence, as if the house itself is listening. As they reach the central rooms of the mansion, however, the atmosphere changes entirely. The once subtle signs of hauntings grow into something far more intense. The air feels thick, as though the walls themselves are closing in. The oppressive silence is shattered by a loud bang as a door suddenly slams shut behind them, the sound reverberating through the hallways like the echo of a final warning. Every footstep becomes a loud thud against the creaking floorboards, as if the house is trying to make its presence known, reminding the explorers of the wrath it harbors within. Samantha, determined to capture definitive evidence of the paranormal activity that has long haunted this place, begins to set up her equipment. She places motion sensors in the corners of rooms and positions infrared cameras in key locations, hoping to catch a glimpse of something, anything that might explain the strange occurrences. Samantha determines to catch her definitive evidence in key locations. The cold seems to cling to her skin, biting into her bones with a chilling force that sends shivers down her spine. We're getting a drop in temperature, Samantha says quietly, her breath forming a cloud in the frigid air. Something is definitely here with us. As the group stands together, watching the sensors flicker and the cameras hum to life, a gust of wind rushes through the room, despite the absence of windows. The temperature plummets further, and their breath, visible and slow, fills the room in a thick, frosty cloud. The atmosphere becomes suffocating, as if every inch of space around them is charged with a passing moments. Whispers, soft and almost imperceptible, fill the air. The words are indecipherable at first, mere murmurs that seem to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Emily and Thomas exchange uneasy glances, both of them now visibly shaken. I don't like this, Thomas mutters under his breath, his voice tight with fear. Samantha's eyes narrow as she listens more closely. Do you hear it? It's coming from over there. I don't. Do you remember when the therapy room is supposed to be? The whispers grow louder, more distinct. A sudden crash echoes through the hall, followed by the sound of something scraping violently against the walls. It's as though the house itself is in torment, desperate to reveal its secrets. Suddenly, a thick red substance, dark and unsettling, begins to seep from the walls. At first, they think it's a trick of the light. The shadows begin trickling. But no, it's real. A message scrawled on the wall in what appears to be blood. The cryptic words are barely legible, but chilling in their clarity. Betrayal. The air grows even colder, and then another message appears beside it, almost as though it had materialized in the space of a breath. Forgive me, it reads. Emily gasps, her hand flying to her mouth as she stares at the blood-soaked words. She feels as though the mansion itself is accusing her, as though these messages are meant specifically for her, a descendant of the Ravenswood family caught in the web of the past. As the group struggles to process what they are witnessing, the lights flicker violently, casting harsh shadows against the walls. And then, as if the mansion has been waiting for them to reach this point, the apparitions appear. The figures seem to emerge from the very air itself, their forms taking shape slowly, almost painfully. At first, they appear faint, like wisps of smoke that shift and contort. But then, they solidify into distinct shapes. Two figures emerge from the shadows, their features cold and lifeless. Albert Ravenswood stands before them, his face twisted in a grimace of sorrow and rage. His once proud posture is now slumped, his eyes empty voids of despair. Beside him, his daughter, Isabella, appears, her ghostly form delicate and pale, her expression one of sorrow. I spent hours. Isabella's hollow eyes lock onto Emily, who is rooted in place, unable to look away. The ghostly figure reaches out a trembling hand. Her voice, when it comes, is soft and fragile, like the last breath of a dying ember. Find the truth, Isabella whispers, her voice cracking with the weight of 1,000 years of pain. Free us from this curse. The words hang in the air, heavy with the burden of their meaning. The group stands frozen, fear gripping them as the ghosts of Albert and Isabella stare at them, the sadness and rage in their eyes palpable. Emily's hand trembles as she reaches out, instinctively, as if to take Isabella's hand, but her fingers pass through the apparition like mist. The temperature plummets even further, and a deep, sorrowful wail echoes through the mansion, reverberating in every corner. The sound is both anguished and desperate, a cry that echoes across time, the final plea of those who have never been able to escape the mansion's dark grip. The group, overcome by the weight of the spirit's words, understands that they are not merely witnesses to the past, but players in a larger story. The mansion, with its ghosts and curses, has chosen them to uncover the truth, to bring an end to the pain that has lasted for generations. But the question remains, can they free the spirits of Ravenswood Mansion, or are they doomed to become part of the mansion's tragic history, forever bound to the curse that has haunted this place for so long? The journey into the mansion's past has only just begun, and the spirits are waiting. Now, let me describe the uncovering the truth or secrets in the mansion. As the group delves deeper into the crumbling mansion, they begin to uncover more hidden spaces, areas that had long been forgotten, locked away from the world outside. Each room seems to carry with it a piece of the Ravenswood family's tragic past, leading them closer to the truth. Their first discovery is an attic concealed behind a false wall in a neglected corridor. The air is musty, thick with the scent of aged paper and dust. Inside, old family portraits, yellowed with age, stare down at them, the eyes of long-dead Ravenswood ancestors frozen in time. Stacks of journals and family heirlooms sit forgotten in wooden crates, their significance lost in the darkness. Okay, so as they sift through the items, the group begins to feel the weight of the mansion's history pressing in on them. It is here in this neglected attic that they find the first clue. A blood-stained letter hidden among the yellowed pages of old family diaries. The letter is faint, its ink smudged, but the words etched on the fragile paper are unmistakable. It speaks of an unholy pact made by Albert Ravenswood, one that would forever alter the course of his family's fate. The letter, written by Albert himself, confesses to the dark deal he struck in his quest for wealth and power. He speaks of a meeting with a mysterious figure, a shadowy entity whose true nature remains unclear, but whose promises of riches and success came at a terrible cost. Albert's ambition and greed led him to seal the pact, forsaking his soul and binding his family to a curse that would haunt them for generations. Yeah, maybe it won't turn out this time, right? The letter is a grim revelation confirming that the Ravenswood family's wealth and influence were built on blood, a price they would pay for eternity. As the group processes this revelation, Thomas, the historian, continues his search through the journals and diaries, hoping to find further insights into the tragic events that led to the mansion's curse. His fingers tremble as he opens an old leather-bound book and explain what he realizes that the journal is in the wrong hands. And his fingers tremble as he opens an old leather-bound book, and what he finds within sends a truce. The journal was written by none other than Isabella Ravenswood, Albert's daughter. Her handwriting is elegant but tinged with sorrow, the pages filled with her personal thoughts and fears. Isabella's journal reveals a side of the Ravenswood family's history that had been lost to time. A tale of forbidden love, betrayal, and the desperate desire to escape the darkness that her father had brought into their lives. In her entries, Isabella speaks of a love affair with a young man who was not of the Ravenswood family, a man whom she was forbidden to be with. She writes of the overwhelming passion they shared and the promises they made to one another of a life beyond the mansion, free from the curse that hung over her family. But her father, ever the manipulator, betrayed her trust. In his quest to control the family's destiny, he forced Isabella to sever ties with the man she loved, sealing her fate in a way that would forever destroy her. Isabella's journal entries become increasingly desperate as she describes her father's manipulations and the growing realization that the curse was not just a consequence of greed, but of broken promises. The love that Isabella held for the man she was forbidden to marry was torn apart by the very man who had made the pact. And the haunting words of her journal make it clear that she was trapped in a web of lies and deceit. As the group reads through the journal, it becomes clear that the Ravenswood curse is not merely the result of a selfish ambition. It is the tragic outcome of a family torn apart by broken bonds, lies, and the weight of promises that were never meant to be kept. The truth is now laid bare before them. Albert's pact with darkness was not just about wealth and power, but about the destruction of everything his family held dear. The mansion, once a symbol of success, had become a prison for the Ravenswood family, a place where they could never escape the consequences of their father's choices. The curse had begun with greed and betrayal, but it was perpetuated by the shattered relationships and promises that could never be undone. With this knowledge, the group understands the depth of the tragedy that has unfolded within the walls of Ravenswood Mansion. The spirits of Albert and Isabella, still lingering in the house, are not simply seeking vengeance. They are crying out for redemption. The mansion's curse, born of darkness, can only be lifted if the broken promises of the past are finally addressed. But will the group be able to break the curse that has haunted the Ravenswood family for so long? Only time will tell. Now it is the time of the climax and confronting the spirits. As the group digs deeper into the mansion's mysteries, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. The mansion no longer feels like a place of mere haunting. It feels like a living entity, pulsating with anger and despair. The restless spirits of Albert and Isabella Ravenswood are no longer content with lingering in the shadows. Their presence grows stronger, more forceful, and their desperation is palpable. What was once subtle whispering becomes loud cries, and the flickering lights turn into violent bursts of energy, threatening to tear the mansion apart. The walls shake as if the very bones of the mansion are trembling in fear. The floorboards creak and groan under the weight of unseen footsteps, and the group can feel the air becoming heavier, charged with an otherworldly energy. Thomas, Emily, Jack, and Samantha stand frozen, unsure of how to proceed. The spirit of Isabella appears before them, her face twisted in anguish. Her eyes, once soft and full of sorrow, now burn with an intensity that sends chills down their spines. We are trapped. Isabella's ghost cries, her voice a tortured whisper that echoes through the mansion. My father's pact binds us to this place, and his betrayal condemns us to suffer forever. You must break the curse. You must free us. As her spirit fades into the air, Albert's ghost materializes, his form dark and ominous. The once proud patriarch, now a hollow shell of a man, gazes at the group with a cold, bitter look in his eyes. You think you can undo what I have done? He sneers, his voice echoing with centuries of regret and malice. You cannot break it. The mansion trembles again, and the group can hear the sound of the house's very foundation cracking. The decision they must make, whether to break the curse or escape, has never been clearer. The mansion is on the brink of collapse, and the spirits grow more violent with each passing moment. Thomas feels a surge of emotion as he looks at the others. The weight of history bears down on him. The Ravenswood family's fate has been sealed by greed and betrayal, and now it is his responsibility to end the cycle of suffering. But the path is not clear. The curse that has haunted the family for generations is not easily undone. In the face of such overwhelming terror, a part of him wants to run, to escape, and leave the spirits to their eternal torment. Yet another part of him knows that if he leaves now, the tragedy of the Ravenswood family will never end, and their souls will remain trapped forever. So I think, that's most interesting. With trembling hands, Thomas steps forward, making his choice. He will attempt to break the curse, not only for the Ravenswoods, but for his own redemption. As he reaches out toward the ancient symbol carved into the mansion's floor, the walls begin to crack and the mansion groans in protest. But Thomas stands firm, determined to right the wrongs of the past. In that moment, a brilliant light fills the room, and the spirits of Albert and Isabella appear once more, their faces softened by a sense of peace that had never been there before. The ground shakes one final time, and the mansion, now freed from the curse, begins to settle. The spirits, no longer bound to the mansion, finally find release. Their faces, once filled with anger and pain, now reflect relief and gratitude. Yeah. As the light fades, the group stands in silence. The mansion, though still decaying, no longer feels alive with the weight of the Ravenswood curse. Thomas, his heart heavy yet relieved, knows that the mansion's dark history has finally come to an end. The spirits have been freed, and the Ravenswood family can rest in peace. Their tragedy no longer bound to the mansion, but to the memories of those who dared to uncover the truth. And we should know the breaking or sucking into the curse. With the decision made, the group prepares to perform the ancient ritual that may finally release the spirits of Albert and Isabella Ravenswood from their torment. Pantha, with her expertise in the paranormal, leads the group in reciting the incantations found in the hidden family journals. The air grows thick with tension as they place candles around the symbol on the floor, each one flickering in the heavy silence. The wind outside howls, as if warning them of the danger ahead. So, in seeing this, we are brought, as they begin the ritual, the mansion itself seems to resist, groaning and creaking under the strain. The walls seem to close in, and the air grows thick with the oppressive presence of the spirits. Shadows flicker across the room, and whispers fill the air, each one more frantic and desperate than the last. The temperature drops rapidly, and the group's breath becomes visible in the cold. This is it. Suddenly, the mansion trembles violently, shaking as if in protest. Dust and debris rain down from the ceiling, and the floor beneath their feet cracks open. The spirits of Albert and Isabella appear before them, their forms swirling in a vortex of anger and sorrow. Albert's voice booms through the room, full of rage and regret. "You think you can undo what I've done? The curse is mine to control. You will never be free of it." But Isabella, her face full of grief, looks at Thomas with pleading eyes. "We only want peace. Free us, please. End our suffering." The group stands firm, determined to see the ritual through to the end. As the final words of the incantation are spoken, a bright light fills the room. The spirits of Albert and Isabella scream in agony, their forms disintegrating into wisps of smoke. With one final, anguished cry, they dissipate, leaving nothing but an eerie silence behind. The mansion falls still. The oppressive atmosphere lifts, and the group feels an overwhelming sense of relief. The air, once heavy with the spirit's anger and despair, is now calm, almost serene. The mansion, though still crumbling and decaying, no longer feels alive with the restless presence of the Ravenswood family. As the explorers prepare to leave, each of them feels the weight of the mansion's tragic history lifting from their shoulders. They have broken the curse, and the spirits of the Ravenswood family are free at last. But just as they turn to leave, the ground beneath their feet shakes once more. A low rumble that seems to come from deep within the earth. The mansion trembles, and for a moment it seems as though the curse has returned. But as the shaking subsides, the group realizes the truth. The mansion, though freed of its haunted inhabitants, will never be truly silent. The legacy of the Ravenswood family lives on, not in the spirits that once roamed its halls, but in the very foundations of the mansion. Its secrets, its betrayals, and its tragedy are etched into the walls, forever part of the mansion's history. With heavy hearts, the group leaves Ravenswood Mansion, knowing that while the spirits have been freed, the mansion's legacy will continue to linger. Its story, now known to a few, will be remembered. A reminder of the price of greed, betrayal, and the power of a curse that never truly fades. Now let me conclude with the legacy of Ravenswood Mansion. As the group drives away from Ravenswood Mansion, the shadow of its towering silhouette recedes into the distance. Yet even from afar, the mansion seems to watch them. Its windows flicker with an eerie, flickering light, as though the spirits that once haunted it are still lingering, unable to completely leave. The distant whispers of voices, faint but unmistakable, echo in the wind, carrying with them the sorrow, regret, and grief of the Ravenswood family. Though the curse has been broken, the legacy of Ravenswood Mansion endures. The land on which it stands is forever scarred by the tragedy of a family whose sins continue to echo through time. Its secrets are no longer hidden in the darkness of its walls. They are known now, but that knowledge only serves to deepen the mystery. There is a chilling understanding that some stories are never truly finished, and some fates are too entwined with the fabric of history to ever fully dissolve. As the explorers leave the mansion behind, Thomas can't shake the feeling that the mansion's hold on them will never truly loosen. Some secrets are meant to stay buried, he reflects, his voice heavy with the burden of all they have discovered. But the dead have their ways of telling the truth. The weight of the family's betrayal, their tragedy, and the curse that held them in its grip presses on his soul, knowing that their pain will never fully be erased. The mansion, once a place of grandeur, is now a crumbling relic, Yet, it continues to stand as a testament to the Ravenswood family's downfall. Its rotting walls and overgrown gardens tell the story of ambition turned to greed, of betrayal, loss, and the endless cycle of regret. It is a monument to sins long past, but never forgotten. And while the group may have uncovered the truth and freed the spirits trapped within the mansion, the legacy of Ravenswood Mansion persists. It remains a haunting presence in the landscape, a reminder that some stories cannot be neatly tied up, no matter how much time passes. It is a place where the living and the dead are forever bound, and where the echoes of a lost family will always haunt the earth. The mansion's history is not simply a tale of ghosts and curses. It is a reflection of the human condition, of the darkness within, of the choices made in the pursuit of power, and the costs of betrayal. The curse may have been broken, but the truth uncovered by the explorers has ensured that the mansion's story will live on in whispers and legends, waiting for the next curious soul to come seeking its secrets. And so, Ravenswood Mansion remains a silent monument to the past, a place where the spirits of the Ravenswood family linger still, and where their legacy will endure long after the last explorer has left. It is a place forever etched in time, waiting for the next person to unearth its dark and tragic history, and perhaps for the next soul to fall under its spell. Friends, this story is entirely fictional and created solely for entertainment purposes. The locations, characters, and events depicted are not real. Any resemblance to actual places, persons, or events is purely coincidental. The intent of this story is not to offend anyone's sentiments or promote superstition. Please regard it as a work of fiction. If you enjoyed this story and want more thrilling tales, don't forget to subscribe to my channel for more spine-chilling content. Oh. The storm howled across the open sea, whipping waves into frothy, towering walls of water that crashed against the jagged rocks encircling the island. In the middle of this desolate seascape, an old lighthouse stood, resolute, its towering silhouette stark against the darkened sky. Once a guiding beacon for sailors navigating treacherous waters, it had been dormant for decades, its light extinguished, and its purpose forgotten. Yet tonight, an eerie glow emanated from the lighthouse, the beam cutting through the storm's chaos, accompanied by the faint, rhythmic tapping of a Morse signal. The sound was almost hypnotic, a beckoning call amidst the tempest. but the message was garbled, undecipherable, and laden with a foreboding weight that chilled those who heard it. Oh, hearing that as a girl. The island itself was an inhospitable place. No trees or vegetation grew among the craggy rocks, and the incessant wind carried a bitter saltiness that stung the eyes and left an acrid taste on the tongue. The locals of the nearby coastal town spoke of the island in hushed tones, referring to it only as Elias's Rock. They shared stories of its cursed past, of ships that had wrecked upon its shores, and sailors who had disappeared without a trace. None dared to venture near it, even in daylight, and the lighthouse had been abandoned long before most of them were born. Tonight, however, the ghostly transmission seemed to defy its desolation, pulling attention back to the long-forgotten landmark. Emily Carter sat in her cramped office at the National Signal Analysis Bureau, a cluttered space filled with radios, monitors, and half-empty mugs of cold coffee. Her desk was a chaotic mix of technical manuals and personal mementos, a photo of her younger brother, Sam, smiling beside a fishing boat, and a faded newspaper clipping reporting the storm that had claimed his life. A Sherlock Holmes is constantly trying to recreate the past of radioactive. Images and moving pieces come to her. She had dedicated her career to maritime communications, determined to understand the signals that could save lives and uncover those that heralded disaster. Her colleagues admired her precision and tenacity, though some whispered that her obsession with decoding was as much about seeking closure as it was about her work. That night, as rain lashed against her office window, Emily's radio crackled to life with a frantic voice from the Maritime Authority. "Carter, we need you on this. Ships near Elias's Rock are reporting strange signals, ghostly voices, distorted, and God help us, 2 vessels have vanished." Emily leaned forward, her pulse quickening. "Vanished?" she repeated, her voice steady but tinged with urgency. What do you mean?" The last transmission from the Atlantic Star was a distress call. Coordinates placed them near the old lighthouse. Then, nothing. Same with the Silver Horizon. We need to know what's happening out there. The lighthouse hasn't been operational for years, but it's transmitting something. What kind of signal? There was a pause, the sound of static filling the line. "That's the thing. It's a Morse code, but it doesn't make sense. Garbled sequences, words that aren't words. And there's..." The voice hesitated. "There's something else, huh? Voices." "Voices?" Emily's skepticism was evident, but her curiosity burned brighter. "Listen for yourself." Emily's jaw tightened. "Send me everything you have. I'll analyze it." The voice on the other end hesitated again. "We're sending you to the source. A boat leaves for Elias's Rock at dawn. Pack your equipment, and Carter..." She ended the call, her mind racing. The last time she'd heard signals this strange was during a storm like this, years ago. Then she'd failed to decode the warnings in time. This time, she wouldn't. By morning, the storm had subsided slightly, though the sky remained overcast and the waves choppy. Emily boarded the small rescue vessel assigned to take her to the island. The crew was uneasy, their silence punctuated only by the hum of the boat's engine. The captain, a grizzled man named Harland, broke the tension with a grim remark. "I've been sailing these waters for 40 years. Never seen anything like this. That lighthouse, it's bad luck." Emily glanced at him. "Do you believe in curses, Captain?" "I believe in staying alive," he replied tersely. "And if that means keeping my distance from Elias's Rock, so be it. But orders are orders." The journey was uneventful until the lighthouse came into view. Its towering frame seemed to pierce the low-hanging clouds, its beam rotating slowly despite the absence of power. Emily's equipment buzzed to life, capturing the Morse transmission in real time. She donned her headphones, her fingers flying over her tablet as she began to decode. The sequence was even more chaotic than the recording she couldn't quite grasp. There was an underlying pattern she couldn't yet grasp. Words emerged and dissolved: sacrifice, Elias, return. As they neared the island, strange unease settled over the boat. The air grew colder and the sea's surface seemed unnaturally still. Harlan's hand hovered over the throttle. "We'll drop you off and wait offshore. Don't linger too long." Emily nodded, hefting her gear as the boat's dinghy carried her to the rocky shore. The lighthouse loomed above her, its light casting long, distorted shadows across the barren island. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Inside the lighthouse, the air was thick with mildew and decay. The walls were covered in flaking paint, and rusted machinery stood like forgotten sentinels. Emily set up her equipment in the main chamber, her ears tuned to the transmission still emanating from the structure. As she worked, a faint sound drew her attention. Footsteps. Light, almost imperceptible, but distinct, against the hollow echo of the lighthouse interior. "Hello?" she called, her voice steady but wary. There was no response, only the creak of the staircase leading to the light chamber above. Gripping her flashlight, Emily ascended cautiously, each step groaning under her weight. When she reached the top, she found the chamber empty, save for the ancient lamp mechanism, which rotated with an unnatural precision despite its age. The view from the chamber's windows was disorienting. The sea seemed to stretch endlessly, its surface rippling with shadows that didn't match the movement of the waves. Turning to leave, Emily caught a flicker of movement in the corner of her eye. A figure, silhouetted in the beam of the lighthouse, stood at the edge of the island's cliffs. She froze, her heart pounding. The figure didn't move, its outline blurred by the rotating light. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. Descending quickly, Emily found Harlan waiting anxiously by the dinghy. "Saw anything?" he asked, his voice strained. "Nothing concrete," she replied, her tone betraying her unease. Harlan's eyes darted to the lighthouse. As the dinghy carried her back to the vessel, Emily's radio crackled. The Morse signal intensified, and the whispered voices grew louder, almost urgent. "Find us, before it's too late." Emily knew she had to act fast. Whatever was happening on Elias's rock was far from over, and she was its only hope of uncovering the truth before more lives were lost. The small fishing boat rocked violently as it pushed through the turbulent water surrounding the island. Emily Carter gripped the edge of the boat tightly, her knuckles white from the strain. The wind howled around them, whipping up waves that crashed against jagged rocks scattered like sentinels guarding the shoreline. Ahead, the lighthouse loomed, a dark and foreboding silhouette against the stormy sky. Turning beam cast an unnatural glow, eerily silent but commanding attention. Emily shuddered at the sight, not from the cold, but from a deep, instinctual unease. Beside her stood Liam, a young and somewhat skeptical tech assistant. He was fiddling nervously with a compact laptop, muttering about signal interferences and anomalous readings. Professor Jonathan Hale, a local historian with a penchant for folklore, clutched a leather-bound notebook filled with scribbles about the island's notorious history. The last member of their team, Captain Ray Torres, maneuvered the boat with a practiced hand. Despite his calm exterior, his unease was palpable. "This place is cursed," Torres muttered under his breath, echoing old sailors' tales he'd heard since childhood. No one comes here unless they're desperate. The lighthouse. It's not meant to be disturbed. Emily didn't respond. Her focus was fixed on the task ahead, deciphering the mysterious transmissions emanating from the lighthouse and stopping the strange maritime accidents that had been occurring near the island. When they finally reached the shore, the storm seemed to intensify, as if warning them to turn back. The team disembarked, their boots sinking into the wet sand. The lighthouse loomed closer now, its presence oppressive. The light continued to sweep across the landscape, casting long, ominous shadows. The lighthouse's door creaked open with a protesting groan as Emily pushed it, revealing a dimly lit interior that reeked of salt, rust, and decay. Dust motes swirled in the faint beam of their flashlights as they stepped inside. The air was heavy, carrying an inexplicable static charge that made the hair on the back of their necks stand up. The ground floor was a maze of rusted machinery and forgotten equipment, most of it covered in a thick layer of grime. But as they moved further in, strange anomalies began to surface. A long-abandoned generator suddenly hummed to life for a brief moment before sputtering out. An old clock on the wall, its hands frozen at midnight, began ticking faintly, though there was no power source connected to it. The kitchen was empty. "None of this makes sense," Liam said, his voice tinged with nervous laughter. He held up his laptop, which was picking up strong electromagnetic signals. "There's no power supply here, but the readings are off the charts." Professor Hale shone his flashlight across the walls, revealing cryptic carvings etched into the stone. The symbols were intricate, spiraling in patterns that seemed to form an undecipherable code. Emily froze when she recognized parts of the carvings. They matched fragments of the transmissions she'd been analyzing. "These are identical to the signals," she murmured, running her fingers over the carvings. They felt warm to the touch, almost alive. She quietly said, "Stairway." The group climbed a spiral staircase that groaned under their weight, ascending to the upper levels. As they reached the third floor, they were met with a locked door leading to the light chamber. The door was sturdy and seemed to hum faintly, as if pulsing with unseen energy. "It's almost like it's guarding something," Emily whispered. She pressed her ear against the door, hearing faint, rhythmic tapping on the other side. It sounded eerily like Morse code. Clues unveiled. Back in the keeper's quarters, the team set up a makeshift base. The room was cramped and cluttered with old logs, faded maps, and nautical instruments. Emily worked furiously, piecing together the transmission with the carvings they'd found. Hours passed as the storm raged outside, the wind rattling the lighthouse's windows. "I've got something," Emily said finally, her voice breaking the tense silence. "The transmission isn't random. It's names and dates." She paused, her expression darkening. "They're all victims of shipwrecks near the island." Professor Hale nodded grimly. "It makes sense. This lighthouse has been a silent witness to countless tragedies. But why now? Why is it broadcasting these names?" As Liam cross-referenced the names with maritime records, Emily's mind raced. The lighthouse was no longer a beacon of safety. It had become something else entirely, a harbinger of doom, cataloging its victims. The lighthouse's true nature began to reveal itself in increasingly terrifying ways. It started subtly, with Emily hearing faint tapping sounds while she worked. The noise seemed to come from thin air, forming patterns that she quickly recognized as Morse code. She jotted down the sequence and showed it to Liam. "It's SOS," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "And there's something else embedded within it is the word help." And so the tapping soon gave way to disembodied whispers. At first, they were faint, indistinct murmurs that could be dismissed as tricks of the mind. But as the night wore on, the voices became clearer, pleading for release. "Release us," they whispered, over and over, their desperation chilling. Professor Hale, exploring another section of the lighthouse, encountered a peculiar phenomenon. As he examined more carvings, the symbols seemed to shimmer faintly, as though reacting to his presence. His flashlight flickered, and for a brief moment, he swore he saw shadowy figures etched into the walls. Figures that moved when he turned away. Oh, well, what if that's City? President J. The most harrowing encounter came when Captain Torres, investigating a noise near the cliffs, was lured by an apparition. It appeared as a woman in a tattered dress, her form translucent but vividly detailed. She beckoned to him, her expression sorrowful yet compelling. "Come closer," she said, her voice barely audible over the wind. Torres moved toward her, as if in a trance, until he was perilously close to the edge of the cliff. "Torres!" Emily's voice cut through the spell, snapping him back to reality. He stumbled backward, breathing heavily. Emily's stomach churned. The lighthouse wasn't just a transmitter. It was a trap, preying on the living to join the ranks of the dead. The storm outside intensified, battering the lighthouse with relentless fury. The light chamber's locked door seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, the humming growing louder with each passing moment. Emily knew they had to breach it, but fear and dissent were creeping into the group. Liam wanted to abandon the mission, arguing that their lives weren't worth the risk. Torres, shaken by his near-death experience, agreed, but Emily and Professor Hale were resolute. "If we leave..." As the team prepared for their next move, the lighthouse seemed to fight back. The temperature plummeted, their breath visible in the air. Shadows darted across the walls, and the whispers grew into anguished cries. The lighthouse was alive, and it wasn't going to let them go without a fight. The lighthouse's dark history. As the storm raged outside, the team huddled together in the keeper's quarters, their nerves fraying with every creak and groan of the old lighthouse. Professor Hale, the local historian, was engrossed in a pile of damp, crumbling records he had uncovered in a hidden compartment behind a rusted cabinet. His flashlight flickered ominously as he carefully turned the fragile pages, revealing glimpses of a disturbing past. The team leaned in closer as Hale recounted the tale of Elias Grayson, the lighthouse keeper from nearly a century ago. Grayson was described as a solitary figure, devoted to his duty of maintaining the beacon. However, as the years wore on, rumors began to swirl among the local seafaring community. Sailors whispered that Grayson had become obsessed with the lighthouse, convinced it was more than a mere structure. He spoke of it as if it were a living entity, one that required offerings to keep the island and its surrounding waters safe. According to the unofficial records Hale had uncovered, Grayson's descent into madness culminated in a horrific event. On a foggy night, he reportedly extinguished the light, deliberately allowing a ship carrying dozens of passengers to crash into the jagged rocks below. The wreck claimed every life aboard, their bodies swallowed by the unforgiving sea. The most chilling detail: Grayson's body was never found. Some believed he had taken his own life out of guilt, throwing himself into the ocean. Others thought the lighthouse had claimed him, absorbing him into its walls as punishment or reward for his sacrifices. And as Hale recounted Grayson's story, Emily noticed a small, leather-bound book lying among the records. Its cover was cracked and worn, the pages yellowed with age. Hale carefully opened the journal, revealing shaky handwriting that grew more erratic with each entry. "This must be Grayson's journal," Hale said, his voice tinged with both excitement and dread. He began reading aloud, his words heavy with foreboding. First, the entries were mundane, detailing the daily responsibilities of maintaining the lighthouse. But as the pages turned, a darker narrative began to emerge. Grayson wrote of strange occurrences, faint whispers in the night, the light activating on its own, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. The one entry, dated a month before the shipwreck, stood out. "The lighthouse speaks to me now. It is not content with mere service. It demands more. Sacrifices, blood. I fear what will happen if I disobey." Emily felt a chill run down her spine as Hale continued reading. The final entry, scrawled in a near illegible hand, was brief but haunting. "I have done as it asked. They are coming tonight. May this offering be enough." The room fell silent, the weight of Grayson's words pressing down on the group like a physical force. The partial code cracked. Determined to uncover the truth, Emily returned to her station, her laptop glowing faintly in the dimly lit room. The transmission was growing stronger, the patterns more insistent. She worked feverishly, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she cross-referenced the code with Grayson's journal and maritime records. Hours passed, and the storm outside intensified. Finally, Emily leaned back in her chair, her face pale. "I've got something," she said, her voice trembling. The team gathered around her as she explained, "The message isn't just random noise, it's coherent and it's escalating. The latest sequence translates to, 'Return what was taken, or more will perish.'" "What does that mean?" Liam asked, his skepticism giving way to fear. Emily shook her head. "I don't know yet, but whatever it is, it's urgent." As if in response to Emily's discovery, the lighthouse seemed to react. The transmission grew louder, disrupting their equipment and filling the room with a deafening static. Emily's laptop screen flickered wildly, displaying garbled lines of text that seemed to bleed into one another. "Turn it off!" Torres shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. Emily frantically shut down her computer, but the noise persisted, reverberating through the lighthouse like an unholy symphony. Then the hallucinations began. Liam was the first to experience it. As he stood by the window, staring out at the storm, his expression suddenly changed. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. "The voices. They're calling my name." The others exchanged uneasy glances, but before anyone could respond, Liam turned and walked out of the room, his movements stiff and robotic. Emily and Torres chased after him, finding him on the staircase leading to the light chamber. He was staring at the locked door, his eyes glassy. "Liam!" Emily shouted, grabbing his arm. He blinked as if waking from a dream, his body trembling. I saw them," he stammered. "The passengers from the wreck. They were right there, just beyond the door." Meanwhile, Professor Hale was experiencing his own horrors. As he examined the journal, the words on the pages began to shift and rearrange themselves, forming new sentences that hadn't been there before. "You cannot leave, you must pay the price." Hale slammed the journal shut, his hands shaking. "This place is alive," he muttered, echoing Grayson's belief. Growing fear. The team regrouped, their fear mounting as the supernatural phenomena intensified. The lighthouse seemed to be testing them, probing their weaknesses. Emily's logical mind struggled to make sense of what was happening, but deep down, she knew they were dealing with something far beyond science or reason. The phrase, "return what was taken," haunted her. What had Grayson taken, and how could they possibly return it? The answer, she feared, lay behind the locked door in the light chamber, but the door remained impenetrable, as if the lighthouse itself was guarding its secrets. As the night wore on, the storm showed no sign of abating. The lighthouse continued to pulse with a malevolent energy, its light sweeping across the island like the gaze of an unblinking eye. The team was trapped, both physically and mentally, in a place that seemed determined to consume them. Emily sat in the dimly lit quarters, the storm raging outside, her mind racing to piece together the fragments of the lighthouse's twisted history. Grayson's journal had hinted at a deeper truth, a malevolent force tied to the very heart of the lighthouse. She stared at the cryptic carvings on the walls, the rusted equipment that defied logic, and the impenetrable locked door leading to the light chamber. The message was clear: return what was taken. What was taken? She murmured aloud, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. Professor Hale, poring over more records he'd uncovered, looked up. "The lighthouse was built on sacred ground," he said grimly. "This island was once a place of rituals for the native tribes. They believed the land held a portal to the spirit world." Taurus, the resourceful boat captain, snorted. "You're saying this place was cursed from the start?" Hale nodded. Emily's heart sank. "The lens is the key," she said. "It's what's causing the transmissions. The dead are using it to call for justice." Hale's eyes widened. "If that's true, we have to find it." She shrugged. The team descended into the lighthouse's basement, a damp, claustrophobic space filled with the stench of mildew. Their flashlights illuminated a clutter of forgotten relics, old tools, broken furniture, and a trunk that looked out of place among the debris. Emily knelt before the trunk, her hands trembling as she unlatched it. Inside, wrapped in a moth-eaten cloth, was a small collection of personal items. Elias Grayson's mementos. A pocket watch, a photograph of a woman and child, and a fragment of glass that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. "This must be it," Emily whispered, holding the fragment up to the light. It pulsed faintly, as if alive. The final confrontation. The realization hit Emily like a tidal wave. The lens had to be replaced, but where would they find a neutral lens to counteract its cursed power? And she assumed that means just a shadowy presence in Evelyn. "The vault," Hale said suddenly, his voice urgent. "I remember reading about a storage vault beneath the lighthouse, used to house spare equipment. It's a long shot, but there might be a lens there." The group split up, Hale and Torres searching the basement for an entrance to the vault, while Emily and Liam stayed behind to study the carvings for any additional clues. Moments later, a shout echoed from the basement. "Found it," Torres called. The vault, hidden behind a crumbling brick wall, was a narrow chamber filled with dust-covered crates. Inside one of them, they found what they were looking for: a spare lens, its surface smooth and untainted. Emily carefully lifted it, her breath hitching as the cursed fragment in her pocket began to vibrate violently, as if sensing its impending replacement. "Hot, oh hot." "Let's do this," Emily said, her voice firm despite the fear coursing through her veins. The team began the treacherous climb to the light chamber, the stairs groaning under their weight. But as they ascended, the air grew colder, and a suffocating pressure enveloped them. Shadows danced on the walls, coalescing into the forms of the shipwrecked dead. The first figure to appear was a woman clutching a child, her face twisted in anguish. She reached out to Emily, her voice a haunting whisper. "Why didn't you save us?" Behind her, others began to materialize. Sailors, passengers, and even Elias Grayson himself, his hollow eyes locked on Emily. "They're replaying their final moments," Hyle said, his voice trembling. They're reliving their pain." Emily steeled herself, pushing through the spectral crowd. Their cries grew louder, more desperate, as if trying to dissuade her. Torres and Hale attempted to follow, but the figures blocked their path, forcing Emily to ascend alone. When Emily reached the light chamber, the sight nearly brought her to her knees. The cursed lens was mounted in the center of the room, glowing with a sinister light that seemed to pulse in time with the storm outside. The air crackled with energy, and the room felt alive, pulsating with the anguish of countless souls. Emily approached the lens, her hand trembling as she reached for it. The moment her fingers brushed its surface, a shockwave of emotion surged through her. Fear, anger, sorrow. "May help you find a way to replace it," a voice whispered, distinct from the others. Emily turned to see a faint figure speaking to her. It was the woman from the photograph in Grayson's trunk. But to do so, you must channel their pain. Only then will they be free. Emily gritted her teeth, her resolve hardening. She removed the cursed lens, its energy searing her skin, and placed the neutral lens in its stead. The moment it clicked into place, a blinding light filled the chamber, and the voices reached a deafening crescendo. The spirits converged on Emily, their anguish pouring into her like a torrent. She screamed, her body racked with pain as she absorbed their suffering. Memories that weren't her own flashed before her eyes. The terror of drowning, the heartbreak of loss, the betrayal of trust. "Emily?" Torres shouted from below, his voice barely audible over the chaos. "You have to hold on." Just when Emily thought she couldn't take any more, the light shifted. It grew softer, warmer, enveloping the room in a golden glow. The voices began to fade, replaced by a profound silence. The spirits, their pain finally acknowledged, began to dissipate, their forms dissolving into the light. As the last spirit vanished, the light chamber fell quiet. Emily collapsed to the floor, her body trembling, her mind reeling from the experience. Torres and Hale rushed to her side, helping her to her feet. "It's done," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "They're free." The storm outside began to subside, the lighthouse standing silent and still for the first time in decades. The transmission had ceased, and the oppressive atmosphere that had plagued the island was gone. Emily, though physically and emotionally drained, felt a sense of peace. The spirits had found their justice, and the lighthouse's curse had been lifted. But the experience had left its mark on her, a reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. As the team prepared to leave the island, Emily took one last look at the lighthouse, its beam now shining a calm, steady light over the water. She knew she'd never forget the horrors she had faced, but she also knew she had done the right thing. And as the boat pulled away from the island, she couldn't shake the feeling that the lighthouse was watching her. Silent, but grateful. Emily leaned against a jagged rock, her breath ragged, her limbs weak. The physical toll of channeling the spirit's anguish through her own body had left her fragile, but alive. However, something had irrevocably changed. Emily slumped into the sand, lay there for a moment. "Emily," Captain Ben Whitaker called, concern evident in his voice. "Your eyes." She raised a trembling hand to her face, startled by the faint luminescence that reflected in the polished surface of a nearby compass. Her once brown eyes now carried a pale, ghostly glow. A part of her heart had altered at that moment. "I did not think I would see this. You're a leader, and perhaps their gratitude remained within her, a fragment of their anguish, and perhaps their gratitude remained within her. I don't understand." Professor Hale approached cautiously, his usual academic detachment replaced by genuine concern. "The lens," he said. "It acted as a bridge between this world and theirs. By replacing it, you severed the link, but it seems some of their essence stayed with you." Emily looked toward the horizon, her heart heavy yet resolute. They needed someone to bear their pain. "Maybe it's my burden now." The group made their way back to the shore, each step feeling lighter yet still tinged with an unshakable unease. The oppressive energy that had enveloped the island was gone, replaced by a fragile stillness. As they boarded the boat, Captain Whitaker paused, his gaze fixed on the lighthouse. "It's hard to believe something so simple could hold such darkness," he said, shaking his head. Emily looked back at the towering structure, its silhouette framed against the dawn. It no longer felt threatening, but its presence was still imposing, a silent sentinel over the treacherous waters. "It's not the lighthouse," she said quietly. "It's what people left behind. The pain, the injustice. It needed a voice." As the boat pulled away from the island, Emily felt a strange mix of relief and unease. The ordeal was over, but the questions remained. Why had the lighthouse been built in the first place with such a cursed object? And why did Elias Grayson believe it demanded sacrifices? The others began discussing the night's events, but Emily's attention remained fixed on the lighthouse. Just as it disappeared from view, something caught her eye. A faint flicker of light from the chamber. Did anyone else see that?" she asked, her voice tinged with alarm. Captain Whitaker turned the boat slightly, squinting at the now distant structure. "See what?" Emily hesitated. The light was gone, the chamber dark once more. "Even nothing," she muttered, though her heart raced. Her signal analyzer, which had been silent all morning, suddenly emitted a crackle. Static filled the small boat, drawing everyone's attention. Emily froze as the static coalesced into faint Morse code. It spelled her name. Her breath caught. "It's impossible," she whispered. Liam scrambled to check the device. That can't be right. There's no source. Nothing transmitting. But Emily knew better. She clenched the analyzer tightly, her ghostly eyes reflecting both fear and resolve. The boat sped toward the mainland, but Emily felt as though part of her remained on the island. The glow in her eyes intensified whenever the signal analyzer crackled, as though the spirits were still reaching out to her. Later, on the mainland, maritime authorities declared the lighthouse dormant once more, dismissing the events as electrical malfunctions and atmospheric interference. Emily knew they were wrong, but didn't argue. Okay. In the days that followed, she struggled to reintegrate into her life. Her colleagues marveled at her success in silencing the transmissions, but Emily remained haunted by what she had experienced. Every night, she dreamed of the lighthouse, its beam sweeping over dark waters, calling out to her. And every morning, she woke with a lingering sense of unease. Her analyzer always at her bedside, just in case the signal returned. Oh. And if he hadn't ever come to find her, she knew she would have gone down. One evening, weeks after the ordeal, Emily sat by her window, gazing at the ocean. She fiddled absent-mindedly with her signal analyzer, now a constant companion. The device crackled to life, sending a chill down her spine. The message was faint but clear. Not over. Emily's hand trembled as she wrote down the transmission. The lighthouse, though silent to the world, was still watching. The fact that the roof over my head was filled with water gave me hope. She stood, staring out at the horizon where the island lay hidden in the mist. The faint glow of her eyes reflected in the glass, a constant reminder of what she had endured and what she might still face. It's, Welcome to Haunting Whispers, where the eerie and unknown come to life through spine-chilling stories. Our channel dives into the depths of horror, blending suspenseful narratives with vivid storytelling that will keep you on edge. From ghostly apparitions to haunted roads, each tale is crafted to stir your imagination and send shivers down your spine. Whether you're a fan of the supernatural, urban legends, or psychological thrillers, there's something here to captivate every horror enthusiast. Subscribe now and join us in exploring the shadows where fear meets fiction. Let us start. The story of The Spectre of Midnight Lake, A Drowned Lover Returns. Nestled in the heart of a forgotten valley, Midnight Lake gleams like a dark mirror, hiding tales of love, loss, and revenge beneath its surface. It is a place that evokes both fascination and dread, where the still waters reflect a tragic history known only to a few who dare speak of it. For generations, the locals have whispered about the lake's haunting beauty. its eerie calmness hiding a chilling secret, an unquiet spirit that dwells within its depths. The legend of Midnight Lake is not one of simple ghost stories, but of a tragic love that echoes through the ages. It is said that long ago, a passionate romance flourished at its edge. A young woman named Eliza, fair and bright, fell deeply in love with Samuel, a man whose heart mirrored her own. Their love was intense, secret, and beautiful, untouched by the harsh judgments of society. But their happiness was short-lived. Samuel, born into a wealthy and influential family, was forced to marry another to secure his future and uphold family honor. The betrayal was heart-wrenching for Eliza. In a moment of despair and heartbreak, she wandered to the shores of Midnight Lake, her soul torn by the pain of abandonment. It was there, under the silvery moonlight, that she made her final decision. Overcome by grief, Eliza threw herself into the cold, unforgiving waters, where she was swallowed by the depths, her love and anguish forever entwined with the lake's dark waters. As her body sank, Eliza's spirit did not find peace. Instead, it lingered in the stillness, cursed by the betrayal and the broken promises. Before her drowning, Eliza made a vow that would echo through the centuries. She would return, not as a peaceful soul, but as a specter seeking justice, or perhaps resistance from... The legend speaks of her vow to punish the one who had caused her suffering, to seek vengeance for her untimely death, or perhaps to find a way to reunite with the lost love that had destroyed her. On moonlit nights, when the lake was bathed in pale light, her spirit would rise from the water's depths, drawn to the very shores where her love had been shattered. Locals know the tale well, but most dare not venture near Midnight Lake after dark. It is said that on certain nights, when the moon is full, the air thickens with an eerie silence broken only by the sound of ripples across the water. Some claim to hear faint whispers, soft cries carried by the wind. Others speak of seeing a shadowy figure moving across the water's surface, a woman in white with long flowing hair that floats around her like it is underwater. She is said to appear in the most serene of nights, as though waiting for something or someone. And while some dismiss the tales as mere superstition, there are always those who swear they've seen her. A lost soul, forever bound to the lake. I can't read. This is where our story begins. James, a young historian fascinated by local legends, had heard the tale countless times, but had never truly believed in it. His fiancée, Lucy, was a woman of logic and reason, a skeptic who found nothing more than folklore in such stories. Together, they traveled to Midnight Lake with a group of friends, hoping to uncover the truth behind the legend. Along with them was Mark, a quiet man who had recently suffered a personal loss of his own. He wasn't sure why he had come, but something about the lake had drawn him, as if it called to him. Perhaps it was the grief, perhaps the need for closure, but something deep within him made the lake feel like a place to confront his own sorrow. The friends arrived as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a faint glow on the water. The landscape surrounding Midnight Lake was hauntingly beautiful. Tall, dark trees surrounded the perimeter, their leaves barely rustling in the breeze. A dense fog had started to settle over the surface of the water, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The lake, despite its beauty, felt unnatural, as if it were alive with memories of a long-forgotten past. They made their way to the water's edge, feeling a strange pull as though the lake itself had been waiting for them. Serena dived in, rejecting everything as she did. As night fell and the moon rose, the group gathered around the lake, their conversations muted by the heavy silence that seemed to envelop the area. It was then that the first sign appeared. Sire, a faint ripple formed on the otherwise glassy surface of the water, though no breeze had stirred the air. Mark, standing closest to the edge, froze as he thought he saw something moving. Just a flicker, a shadow crossing the water's surface. Lucy, her skepticism intact, laughed nervously, but James felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard the stories of the drowned lover, but seeing something, even something as subtle as that shadow, filled him with unease. The atmosphere thickened as if the lake was aware of their presence, and then, in the stillness, they heard it. A soft, mournful melody as though someone were singing beneath the water's surface. The notes were faint but distinct, a song of sorrow and longing. The group stood frozen, the reality of the legend settling in. There was something here, something beyond their understanding. It wasn't until they saw her, the figure of a woman, pale and flowing, standing just beyond the water's edge, that the legend truly came to life. Eliza's spirit had risen from the lake, her eyes hollow with grief, her face as pale as moonlight. And, she did not speak, but her presence was enough to convey the message. She was there for one reason: revenge, or perhaps reunion. And as the friends stood in the face of this haunting apparition, they realized that Midnight Lake was not just a place of beauty, but of lingering, unfulfilled love, a place where the boundaries between life and death blurred, and the restless dead sought their closure. The legend of Midnight Lake had come alive, and the drowned lover had returned. Well, now let's explore the captivating allure of Midnight Lake's mysterious beauty. The lake sat in eerie silence, its glassy surface broken only by the occasional ripple caused by an unseen force. Mist clung to the surrounding trees, wrapping the land in a shroud of fog that seemed to never lift. The air was thick with tension, a strange energy hanging over the place, as if the earth itself were holding its breath. The moon, pale and full, hovered above, casting an otherworldly glow over the water, making it shimmer like a dark mirror. There was something unnatural about the stillness. Not a single bird call, not even the whisper of a breeze, only the low murmur of the water, as if it were waiting, watching, listening. A sense of isolation hung heavy, and yet something about the lake felt both ancient and alive, as if it had borne witness to centuries of secrets and sorrow. The very air seemed charged with an ominous presence. James, an ambitious young historian, stood at the water's edge, his eyes scanning the lake with a mixture of fascination and skepticism. He had read about Midnight Lake in old journals, researched the legends, and studied every available account of the drowned lover. But standing there in the thickening fog, the reality of it all began to settle uneasily in his gut. His obsession with the truth behind the legend was palpable, his every step driven by a thirst to uncover the past. But deep down, part of him wondered if some truths were better left untouched. Beside him stood Lucy, his fiancée, arms crossed tightly against the chill of the evening air. She wasn't here out of belief, but out of love. Or perhaps out of a sense of obligation to humor James's latest fascination. A woman of reason and science, Lucy found little merit in old folklore, preferring explanations grounded in fact. The idea of a vengeful spirit rising from the depths of the lake seemed absurd to her. She glanced at James, offering a forced smile, but her skepticism did little to ease the uneasy feeling that crept up her spine. Mark, however, was a different story. Quiet and withdrawn, his gaze remained fixed on the lake, as though it held the answers to questions only he could hear. A grief that had never fully left him seemed to weigh him down, and despite his outward silence, there was an unmistakable yearning in his eyes. Mark hadn't come seeking ghosts or answers about a long-forgotten romance. He had come because something about the lake had drawn him, beckoning him to confront his own unresolved sorrow. It was as though the water itself held the key to his peace or his undoing. The air grew heavier as they stood in silence, the minutes stretching on like hours. Then a faint sound reached their ears, a distant, almost inaudible cry carried by the wind. It wasn't quite human, nor animal. It was a soft, mournful wail that seemed to come from the heart of the lake itself. Lucy shuddered, brushing it off as the wind playing tricks with her mind. "Must be an animal," she muttered, though her voice lacked conviction. James, however, was no longer listening. He had heard it too, and his heart raced. The cry lingered in the air, and he felt an inexplicable chill as though something were watching them. His fingers tightened around the journal he had brought, the pages worn with time and use. This was the moment he had come for, the point of no return. Mark stepped closer to the edge of the water, his eyes focused on the shimmering surface, as though searching for something just beneath it. For him, Midnight Lake was no mere legend. It was a place that held the weight of his own personal tragedy. The cry, faint though it was, seemed to echo through his chest, stirring memories of loss and longing. For a long moment, all was still. Then, as if in answer to the unspoken questions that hung between them, the lake stirred. A ripple formed across the surface, though there was no breeze, no visible cause. And just as quickly as it appeared, the water stilled again, leaving behind an unsettling calm. The group exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether to laugh off the strange occurrence or to succumb to the growing sense of dread. The air felt thick now, heavy with anticipation. Whatever had caused the ripple or the cry was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. And the group, standing at the edge of Midnight Lake, could not shake the feeling that they were no longer alone. Now let me share the heartbreaking tale of the lover's fate. As the moon rose higher, its silvery light casting long shadows across the surface of Midnight Lake, James turned toward his friends, his voice low and serious. He had uncovered the history of the lake, its tragic past, and now, standing on its edge, he was ready to share the story. Long ago, James began, the lake was the site of a forbidden love, one that history has tried to erase but never fully could. He paused, glancing at Lucy and Mark, who both stood listening intently, caught in the weight of his words. Her name was Eliza, a beautiful and headstrong young woman. She fell deeply in love with a man named Samuel, a charming soul who, though of humble beginnings, seemed destined for greatness. They shared a love so pure, so intense, it defied the boundaries of their world. But their love was forbidden, tainted by the rigid expectations of the time. Eliza was not of noble blood, and Samuel's family, wealthy and influential, had other plans for him. His future was already decided. James paused, letting the gravity of the story settle in the air around them. The moonlight seemed to flicker, casting strange shadows on the lake, as if it, too, listened intently to the tale. Samuel and Eliza's secret meetings continued, hidden in the thick of the night. But as time passed, the weight of society's expectations grew too heavy. Samuel, caught between love and duty, finally caved to the pressure. He betrayed Eliza, casting her aside to marry a woman of his family's choosing, someone of his own standing, someone who could secure his place in the world. Lucy frowned. James nodded somberly. Love is sometimes the easiest thing to forsake when one has everything to lose. He let the words hang in the air, heavy with sorrow. Eliza was heartbroken, devastated beyond repair. Unable to cope with the betrayal, she went to the lake, the very place they had once promised to meet in secret. She plunged herself into the water, letting the cold embrace of the lake take her. The cold breeze seemed to stir the still air, and James's voice dropped to a whisper. As she sank beneath the surface, her last words were a curse, a promise to return, to seek vengeance on Samuel, or to be reunited with him in death. The legend says she vowed to never rest until her love was either avenged or rekindled. And so her spirit became bound to the lake. The ripple of water they had witnessed earlier seemed to echo in the stillness, as though the lake itself recalled the sorrowful history James spoke of. When James had ever clung to something, whenever I had, he had often called me a baby. And every time, from that night onward, Eliza's spirit was said to haunt these shores, emerging on moonlit nights, drawn by the memories of love and the weight of betrayal. And thus, the specter of Midnight Lake was born. A lover's ghost, forever tied to the place where her heart was broken, waiting for the day she could either be reunited with her lost love or exact her revenge. James's words lingered in the air as if the lake itself was listening, its depths holding the secrets of Eliza's tragic fate. The group stood in silence, each lost in thought, contemplating the sorrowful love that had led to such a haunting. Mark's voice broke the stillness. But what if she never finds peace? What if her spirit is doomed to wander these waters forever? He finally said. So we said, okay. He sort of, as a group, scrambled a little bit. James's face darkened. That's the question, isn't it? Will she ever be free from her pain? Or will the curse of Midnight Lake drag her back again and again until justice or vengeance is served? As the moon climbed higher, casting its cold light over the lake, the sound of faint whispers seemed to stir from the depths of the water, as if the very spirit of Eliza was listening to their words, and perhaps waiting for them to uncover the truth. Now, let me tell you about the first encounter, Omens of the Spectre. The night had deepened, and the once serene lake now seemed to pulse with an eerie energy. The group of friends ventured closer to the water's edge, their footsteps muffled by the damp earth beneath them. The surrounding mist thickened, swirling in strange patterns that seemed to follow their movements. The stillness was unsettling, as if the world around them held its breath, waiting. James, who had been most eager to uncover the truth, stopped at the water's edge, his breath steady but his eyes scanning the dark expanse. "This is where she's said to appear," he whispered, his voice trembling with a mix of anticipation and fear. Mark said nothing, his gaze fixed on the dark water. He was drawn there by something deeper than curiosity, a personal ache, a sorrow that had never healed. He had lost someone he loved, though not in such tragic circumstances as Eliza. Still, something in him seemed to understand the torment of the drowned woman's restless spirit. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The wind, which had been absent for most of the evening, picked up sharply, rustling the trees and sending small waves across the lake's surface. The air felt heavier now, thick with an electric tension. The mist swirled around them, moving like living tendrils of fog that seemed to reach out, almost beckoning. Then, without warning, the water rippled. Though there was no breeze to cause it, Lucy, who had been standing a little farther away, felt a chill run down her spine. Her heart raced and her eyes darted over the lake, searching for the source of the strange disturbance. Then, It happened. Oh, shh. A figure, faint and translucent, appeared on the water. It moved slowly, as if the surface beneath it parted with each deliberate step. Lucy gasped and grabbed Mark's arm. "Did you see that?" she asked, her voice shaky, barely above a whisper. Mark's face was pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of dread and recognition. He nodded grimly. "It's her," he muttered under his breath. His voice was strained, and for the first time, his usual calm demeanor seemed shattered. The figure, still faint, became clearer with each passing second. It was a woman, pale as death, her form shrouded in flowing white, like a wedding gown or a burial shroud. Her hair seemed to float behind her, swaying as if she were submerged in the water, despite being above its surface. The soft glow of the moonlight reflected off the water, illuminating the woman's sorrowful figure. Her movements were slow and fluid, as though she were drifting in a dream. But it was the woman's eyes that held the group transfixed. They were hollow, void of life, filled only with an eternal sorrow. Lucy took a step back, her hand trembling as she clutched James's arm. "Oh my God," she whispered, almost inaudible. "Is it really her?" James, his voice tight with shock, could barely speak. "The legend," he began, his mind racing to piece together the sight before him. "Eliza. It's Eliza." The woman's form continued to glide across the water, drawing closer to them. Her feet never seemed to touch the surface, and as she moved, a faint sound reached their ears. Soft, haunting, like a lullaby sung through layers of sorrow. The melody was sweet yet mournful, filled with a longing that seemed to stretch across time itself. It was a voice unlike any they had heard before, a voice that seemed both distant and near, as though it echoed from the very heart of the lake. The notes drifted on the breeze, sending a chill through the group. Mark, his face drawn and solemn, whispered, "It's her song. The song she sang when they were together, before she drowned herself." His voice faltered. "She sang it every night, but the way she sings it now, it's different. It's laced with pain. She's been waiting all this time." The air around them thickened with an oppressive silence, only the ghostly song filling the space. The figure, Eliza, came closer, so close that they could now make out the details of her face. Pale and beautiful, her expression frozen in a mask of eternal grief. Her lips parted and the song began to shift, the melody growing louder, more insistent, but always sorrowful, always filled with an unbearable longing. As she drew nearer, the group's fear deepened. Lucy instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling. What does she want from us?" Mark swallowed hard. "She's not here to harm us. She's looking for something, or someone." His eyes met James's. The two men knew what was at stake. Eliza had come for them, but what would they do to appease her spirit? Suddenly, the ghostly figure paused. Eliza turned her hollow eyes toward them, and in that brief moment, it felt as if time itself had stopped. The lake rippled again, the water moving around her as if alive. Then, as quickly as she had appeared, she faded, her image slowly dissipating into the mist, leaving only the faintest echo of her sorrow song hanging in the air. The group stood in stunned silence, their hearts racing. The first encounter with the specter had shaken them to the core, but it was clear now. Midnight Lake's haunting presence was no mere legend. Eliza had returned, and her thirst for answers, for vengeance, or for something else was just beginning. Now, this paragraph will reveal the mystery, secrets beneath the water. The next morning, as the early sunlight began to break through the mist, James, Mark, and Lucy made the decision to return to the lake. The previous night's encounter with Eliza's spirit had left them with more questions than answers, and the chilling sight of her figure hovering over the water lingered in their minds. They needed to know more about the tragic love story that had unfolded here, and perhaps find a way to end the cycle of sorrow and torment that seemed to grip the lake. Their search began with a quiet determination, the quiet beauty of the lake belying its tragic past. They walked along the shore, their boots sinking slightly into the soft, damp earth, eyes scanning for any sign of something that could provide further insight into the curse that bound Eliza's spirit to the water. Mark was the first to spot something unusual. As he waded into the shallow waters near a small inlet, his eyes fell upon a dark, waterlogged object, half buried in the mud. He reached down, his fingers brushing against the object before he pulled it free. A tattered, weather-beaten letter, the edges frayed and softened by the relentless moisture of the lake. And then letters frayed and half melted. Something to... Look at this! Mark called, holding the letter up for the others to see. James hurried over, his curiosity piqued, while Lucy hesitated, sensing the weight of what they were about to uncover. The letter was old, the ink smeared and faded from years of exposure to water. Yet, despite its dilapidated state, the words were still legible. James unfolded the letter carefully, revealing the ink-stained confession of Samuel, the man who had caused Eliza's untimely death. I never meant for this to happen, the letter began, the words filled with a sorrowful desperation. But I could not live without my family's approval. I hope you can understand. If not, I will bear the weight of my actions forever. Lucy shivered as she read aloud, her voice trembling. Samuel, he really did care for her. He never wanted this to end this way. James stared at the letter, his thoughts spinning. This is it, he murmured, realizing that this letter might be the key to understanding the curse that had followed Eliza. Samuel's guilt, it drove him to this, but he could never undo the harm he caused. The message in the letter was clear. Samuel had been forced into a marriage with another woman, a choice dictated by the rigid expectations of his family. Eliza, heartbroken and abandoned, had drowned herself in the lake, cursing Samuel and vowing to return for revenge or reunion. Her spirit had waited, trapped in an endless cycle of grief and longing. Mark, whose quiet grief over his own personal losses had made him feel a strange kinship with Eliza, glanced over at Lucy. This letter explains why she's still here, he said softly. Her love for Samuel was true, but his betrayal, that's what keeps her bound to this place. The weight of the discovery hung heavily in the air, but there was more to the story, and they knew they had to uncover it. They couldn't leave the lake without understanding what had happened to Samuel after Eliza's death. Surely, there must have been more to his fate than just guilt. Later that afternoon, they sought out the wisdom of an elderly local historian, a man who had lived in the area for decades. He was known for his vast knowledge of the town's past, particularly its legends. When James mentioned the lake and the tale of Eliza and Samuel, the historian's face grew somber, his eyes clouding over as if remembering the weight of the past. You've heard the story, haven't you? The historian said, his voice gravelly with age. It's been passed down for generations, and no one truly knows how much of it is fact and how much is myth. But I can tell you this: Samuel's fate was as tragic as Eliza's. The historian leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window as if searching for something in the distance. It clattered as the moving train began again, once again, and Priscilla led the squads across the platform. You see, Samuel never found peace after Eliza's death. He was consumed by guilt, unable to live with what he had done. It's said that he spent years wandering the area, unable to settle, unable to escape his thoughts of her. He could never forget the woman he had betrayed, and though he tried to drown his sorrow in alcohol and distractions, nothing could quiet the voice that haunted him. Eliza's voice, calling from the depths of the lake. The historian paused, his face clouded with a deep sorrow. Some say that Samuel came to the lake one fateful night, hoping to make amends. Whether he intended to jump in and join her in death, or whether he hoped to meet her spirit once again, no one can say. But what's known is that he, too, drowned that night. His body found floating in the very lake that had claimed Eliza. The historian shook his head, his voice thick with regret. Some believe that Samuel's spirit, too, now wanders the lake, caught in the same cycle of sorrow that Eliza was. That's the real curse. The curse of love lost, of betrayal, and of two souls who cannot escape the consequences of their choices. Fair story. The three friends listened in stunned silence. The tragedy was even deeper than they had imagined. Samuel, consumed by guilt, had drowned himself in the lake just as Eliza had done. His remorse had driven him to the same fate, and now it seemed that both their spirits were forever bound to the lake, unable to move on. Lucy, her heart heavy with compassion for the two lost souls, looked at Mark and James. It's clear now. They're both here, in the water. But what can we do to end this, to let them rest? Mark, his voice quiet but resolute, replied, I think it's time we help them find peace. It's the only way to end the cycle. Ugh. And with that, the three of them stood, staring out over the still, dark water of Midnight Lake. They knew the next step would not be easy, but they could no longer turn away from the truth. To free the souls of Eliza and Samuel, they would have to face the past head-on, and in doing so, perhaps uncover a deeper truth about love, loss, and redemption that had been buried beneath the surface for centuries. Now, let me explain the ghost's purpose. Redemption or revenge? As the night enveloped Midnight Lake once more, the air seemed to hum with an ominous energy, heavier than before. The moonlight, though bright, failed to dispel the tension that gripped the land. James, Lucy, and Mark stood at the water's edge, their hearts pounding in unison as the haunting silence stretched on. They knew that the spirit of Eliza would come again. But this time, something felt different. Darker, more intense. The water, still and motionless just moments before, began to ripple unnaturally. The temperature dropped sharply, and a faint mist rose from the surface, winding like fingers creeping toward the shore. It was then that they saw her. Eliza's ghost, not merely appearing, but erupting from the water. Her form a swirling mass of shadow and light. Her face was a mask of sorrow, twisted with an anguish that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the lake. The friends froze, their breath caught in their throats. The spectral figure hovered above the water, her eyes glowing with an unnatural fire that pierced the night. There was no softness in her appearance now, no ethereal beauty. She was a force of rage and grief, her once delicate features contorted with sorrow and pain, her body flickering like a flame that could not be quenched. I have waited, Eliza whispered, her voice carrying across the water like the rustling of leaves in a windless forest. It was cold and distant, as though her words came from far beyond the present. I was betrayed. I was left to die alone. Lucy, though her knees shook and her heart raced with terror, gathered her courage. She stepped forward, her voice quivering but clear. "What do you want from us?" she called out into the darkness, her gaze fixed on the ghostly figure. She had never believed in the supernatural, never entertained the idea that such entities could exist, but standing there, face to face with Eliza's tortured spirit, she could no longer deny the truth that had become so painfully evident. The ghost's eyes burned with an otherworldly fire, her form flickering and distorting as though her very essence was torn between this world and the next. Her voice was filled with venom, each word dripping with the weight of years of unresolved agony. "To be reunited with him," Eliza said, her tone sharp as a blade. "Or to see his punishment. He must be punished. He must feel the pain I felt." Her words struck like thunder, echoing in the stillness of the night. The friends stood paralyzed, not knowing how to respond. The ghost's words were clear. She sought either the reunion she had been denied in life or revenge on the one who had betrayed her. Samuel had wronged her, and her soul had never found peace, wandering the lake for years, trapped by the curse of her broken heart. I found James, still grappling with the weight of everything he had learned, stepped forward cautiously. "Eliza," he said, his voice steady but full of empathy. "We understand your pain, but your love for Samuel doesn't have to end in revenge. He's gone. He can never be with you again." Eliza's face twisted, a flash of anger crossing her spectral features. "You don't understand," she hissed, her voice rising to a shrill crescendo. "He took my life, my future. He left me to drown in despair. You think I can just forget?" Mark, who had been quiet until now, stepped in, his voice low but filled with quiet resolve. "We don't expect you to forget," he said, "but we can help you move on. We can help you find peace. What you're doing, this vengeance, it's only keeping you here, keeping you tied to this lake. You don't have to be trapped by your anger any longer." For a moment, Eliza's form flickered, as if the words had pierced her rage, leaving behind a brief flicker of doubt. But the anguish in her eyes remained, unyielding and raw. She looked toward the lake's depths, her expression hollow with grief. "You think I can move on?" she whispered, her voice faltering slightly. "You think I can forgive him?" Her image began to waver, and for a moment, the shimmering water reflected the sorrowful expression of a woman who had been broken by love, betrayed by the one she trusted most. Lucy, her heart aching for Eliza's torment, took a tentative step forward, her voice soft but sincere. "You don't have to forgive him," she said gently. "You just need to let go of the pain. You've carried it for so long, but it's only hurting you now. Let go and let yourself be free." The ghost did not respond immediately. Her form flickered once more, torn between the longing for the past and the possibility of release. The moonlight cast its pale glow over her figure, and for a brief moment, the sorrow seemed to soften, as if Eliza were reconsidering the path of vengeance she had clung to for so long. But then the air thickened again, and Eliza's voice rose with renewed fury. "No," she screamed. "He must suffer for what he did to me. I cannot rest until he does." The lake surged violently, the waves crashing against the shore as if the very water was enraged by Eliza's refusal to let go. The friends watched in horror as the spirit's form began to twist, her figure warping with fury and grief. "I will not rest," Eliza shouted, her voice reverberating through the night. "Not until he suffers as I have suffered." As the final words echoed, the mist around the lake thickened, swallowing the moonlight, and the friends knew that the curse of Midnight Lake was far from over. Eliza's torment would continue until the spirit found either redemption or the satisfaction of vengeance. And in the end, they realized it was a journey only Eliza could complete, if she could ever overcome the pain that had consumed her for so long. So yeah, the question remained, would Eliza ever choose redemption over revenge? Or would the lake forever hold her in its grasp, unable to escape the tragedy that had defined her life and death? Now, let me describe the climax, a terrifying showdown. The wind howled with a fury that felt unnatural, bending the trees and shaking the very earth beneath their feet. Midnight Lake, once calm and still, churned violently, as if the water itself were alive, writhing with a dark, unearthly force. The once tranquil surface broke open, revealing ghostly hands that reached out from the depths, pale and skeletal, their fingers grasping at anything they could find. The storm that had been slowly brewing in the distance now came crashing down on the lake, dark clouds swirling above like an angry sky torn apart by a supernatural rage. Thunder rumbled, shaking the ground, and jagged lightning lit up the sky, casting eerie shadows on the water. Their friends were caught in the chaos, struggling to maintain their footing as the ground around them shifted and cracked. Yeah. Lucy clutched Mark's arm, her heart racing with terror. "We need to get out of here," she shouted, but her voice was drowned out by the howling wind and the crashing waves. The air was thick with a terrible energy that pressed down on them, suffocating them with its intensity. James, however, stood frozen, staring out at the water. He knew that there was no escaping the ghost's wrath until her demands were met. Eliza's figure hovered above the lake, her form flickering like a dying flame caught between two worlds. Her once beautiful face was now a mask of agony, a grotesque blend of sorrow and rage. Her eyes burned with an unnatural light, glowing like twin stars in the darkened sky. "Make your choice," the ghost demanded, her voice a haunting melody carried by the wind. It echoed through the storm, rattling their bones. "Fulfill my wish. Let me be whole again." Her words cut through the chaos, and the friends could feel the weight of her pain pressing down on them. Eliza's curse had been a long one, and it was clear she was not going to release them until she had either found peace or exacted her revenge. James, his pulse quickening, realized what had to be done. He remembered the old text he had studied, the ancient ritual meant to appease the restless spirits, one that had been whispered about in hushed tones by the elders. But performing it required bravery, a deep understanding of the tragedy that had bound the ghost to the lake, and a willingness to confront the painful truth. "We need to end this," James said, his voice hoarse but steady. "The ritual is the only way to calm her." Mark, looking grim and terrified, nodded, despite the fear that gripped him. "If we don't do this, we'll never be free," he muttered, clutching the book that James had brought with him, its pages worn and fragile. He had read the passage over and over, trying to memorize the words and movements necessary to perform the ritual. "We give no shansore. No fo. Now for mo. Throw the trova to hell." James glanced at Lucy, who looked terrified but resolute. She wasn't one to believe in spirits, but in that moment, she understood the gravity of the situation. "Do it," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the storm. "We have to end this for all of us." With the storm intensifying around them, James and Mark began the ritual. their hands trembling as they drew symbols in the air and chanted the words from the old text. The wind seemed to howl in response, as if the elements themselves were conspiring against them. The air was charged with energy, heavy and thick, and the very ground beneath their feet seemed to shift, as though the earth was alive with the power of the lake's curse. Us. Elisa's ghost screamed in fury, her form flickering violently, her pale face twisting with hatred. "You dare to stop me?" "Dad!" she shrieked, her voice like the sound of 1,000 voices crying out in torment. The hands emerging from the lake grew longer, reaching for them with an almost desperate hunger. "Why?" James, his voice trembling but resolute, continued the chant. "Samuel's regret is clear," he said, his eyes locked on the ghost's burning gaze. "He is not at peace. We will bring him back to the surface." The storm intensified as the words left his mouth, lightning flashing so brightly that it seemed to split the night in half. The lake seemed to boil with anger, the water churning violently as if rejecting the ritual. Eliza's form flickered like a candle in a storm, torn between her desire for vengeance and the pull of the ritual that sought to release her from her torment. The hands from the lake reached higher, and the friends struggled to stay grounded. The tension was unbearable, the storm raging with an intensity that matched the fury of the ghost. The ritual seemed to falter as the lake fought against them, and for a moment, it felt like they might fail. But then, in a sudden and unexpected moment of calm, the lake fell silent. A single moment passed, an eternity of waiting. The storm stopped, the wind died, the lake became still once more, its surface as smooth as glass. The only sound that remained was the distant rumble of thunder, far off in the sky. The ghost of Eliza hung in the air above the water, her form now translucent and flickering. She was no longer the angry specter who had demanded vengeance, but a shadow of her former self, her face softened by an expression that could only be described as relief. Her hollow eyes no longer burned with rage, but instead carried a sense of finality, of resignation. And, I have something like a conscience. James stepped forward, cautiously but with empathy in his eyes. "Eliza," he said softly, his voice filled with understanding. "You can rest now. We've brought him back to the surface. Samuel's regret is known. It's time for you to be free." With a final haunting cry that echoed through the stillness, Elisa's form dissolved into the night, her body vanishing into the air as if the very mist had consumed her. The lake fell silent, the storm clearing, as if it had never existed. The friends stood in the eerie calm, their breaths shallow, their hearts racing, all past silent. The curse of Midnight Lake was broken. The specter had been laid to rest. But as they turned to leave, the echo of Eliza's voice seemed to linger in the air, a faint whisper of gratitude, or perhaps one final plea for peace. Ah, how interesting. And in the quiet aftermath, they understood. Some spirits are never truly gone. Now, let me reveal the resolution. The specter's fate. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, the lake had returned to its serene state. The mist that had once clung to the trees like a veil of sorrow was lifting, revealing the calm, untroubled surface of the water. The storm had passed, leaving behind only the remnants of its fury. The shattered branches strewn along the shore and the scattered leaves that swirled in the early morning breeze. The air was cool, fresh, and free of the oppressive tension that had once clung to the land. The lake, once a place of torment, now seemed at peace. Once again, no one was the perfect parent. My parent's voice had been silenced. Now the child spoke. Parent, perhaps at first unsettling, but soon patient and tender. The friends stood at the water's edge, silent and worn, the weight of what they had experienced pressing on their shoulders. Their minds were still reeling from the events of the night, the terror of the ghostly apparition, the fury of the storm, and the ritual they had performed to finally put an end to Eliza's curse. The journey had been harrowing, but now, in the quiet aftermath, there was a profound sense of relief. The specter's rage had been quelled, and with it, the tragedy that had haunted Midnight Lake for generations seemed to have found its resolution. Mark, who had once been the most cynical among them, now stood by the water's edge, his gaze fixed on the still surface. He had never believed in ghosts or curses, dismissing the old stories as nothing more than folklore and superstition. But now, standing there in the early morning light, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The lake, once a place of horror, now seemed to embody peace. The ghost of Eliza was no longer a vengeful specter. Her soul, torn by grief and betrayal, had finally found rest. And perhaps, in turn, the lake could now be free from the curse that had bound it for so long. Perhaps the lake will stay quiet now, Mark said softly, his voice barely more than a whisper. His words carried a quiet finality, as though he had come to terms with what had happened. Maybe the lovers are finally at peace. James, who had spent so many hours poring over old texts and uncovering the history of the lake, nodded in agreement. He, too, felt the weight of what had occurred, but there was a sense of fulfillment in his heart. The story of Eliza and Samuel, of love, betrayal, and grief, had been brought into the light. It was no longer a haunting tale echoing in the darkness of forgotten history. The truth had been revealed, and in doing so, the curse had been lifted. The lovers' fates were no longer bound to the lake, and the specter that had haunted them for so long had been laid to rest. And I think you're right, James said, his voice calm but filled with a quiet sense of peace. Eliza and Samuel's story has come to an end. They've found closure, and so has the lake. Lucy, standing a few steps away, stared out at the water, her arms crossed tightly around her chest. She, too, felt the change in the air, the stillness that had replaced the storm's fury. But unlike Mark and James, she couldn't entirely shake the feeling that there was something more, something beyond the visible peace of the lake. She didn't believe in ghosts, not in the traditional sense, but the events of the past few days had left her with an uneasy understanding that some forces in the world were beyond explanation. I can't explain it, Lucy said slowly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. But I feel like we've just uncovered something ancient, something beyond us. James turned to her, his expression thoughtful. Maybe it's not something we can explain. Maybe it's enough to know that we've helped. Mark let out a long breath and glanced over at his friends. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad we did this. I feel like we gave the lake back its peace. We gave Eliza and Samuel their peace. The friends stood there in silence, each of them lost in their thoughts as they watched the sun continue to rise, casting its golden light over the calm water. The mist that had once hung over the lake, thick and oppressive, was now a distant memory. The air was fresh, and the lake's surface shimmered in the early morning light, no longer disturbed by the rage of the past. The lake had given up its secrets, and in return, it seemed to have found a sense of calm it had long been denied. The specter of Eliza, once driven by vengeance and sorrow, had found release, and with her, the tragic tale of the lovers was laid to rest. The curse that had bound the lake was broken, and the land seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Other lover of lovers. As the friends turned to leave, their hearts lighter than they had been just hours before, they couldn't help but feel the weight of what they had accomplished. They had ventured into the unknown, confronted a long buried tragedy, and brought closure to a soul that had wandered the earth for too long. But even as they walked away from the lake, there was an undeniable sense that something had shifted, that they had touched something beyond the realm of the living. Mark's voice broke the silence again. Do you think we'll ever come back here? Her eyes. James looked at him, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding. I don't know, but I think the lake will remember us. And with that, they turned and walked away, leaving Midnight Lake behind. Its surface calm, its waters still, and its secrets at last put to rest. The lovers' tragic tale had come full circle, and the specter of Eliza had found the peace she had long sought. Now, let me conclude with the echoes of Midnight Lake. As the group left the shores of Midnight Lake, their hearts heavy with the weight of the journey they had just completed, something lingered in the air, a presence that refused to fade. The moon, now high in the sky, cast a pale glow over the still water, and for a brief moment, the friends paused to look back. Though the lake was calm, the echoes of its past whispered faintly through the night. The air carried the soft, haunting melody of a lullaby, barely audible, yet undeniably present. It was as though Eliza's spirit still lingered, her love and sorrow forever woven into the fabric of the lake. Even in death, love holds the power to bind, haunt, and redeem, James mused softly as they walked away. His words hung in the air, a reminder that the lake, despite the closure they had brought, would never truly let go of the story it held. The echoes of Midnight Lake would persist, just as the memories of the lovers' tragic tale would never be fully erased. The lake was no longer a place of torment and vengeance, but its secrets would continue to haunt the land. It held more than just water. It held the weight of the past, the beauty of love lost, and the grief of betrayal. And though Eliza and Samuel's story had come to an end, the lake would forever be tied to their memories. Midnight Lake would remain a place where time seemed to stand still, its waters reflecting not just the present, but the ghosts of the past, restless souls who could never fully leave. Friends, this story is entirely fictional and created solely for entertainment purposes. The locations, characters, and events depicted are not real. Any resemblance to actual places, persons, or events is purely coincidental. The intent of this story is not to offend anyone's sentiments or promote superstition. Please regard it as a work of fiction. If you enjoyed this story and want more thrilling tales, don't forget to subscribe to my channel for more spine-chilling content.